Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the final day of the 2024 FARA Championship season. The Formula and Automobile Racing Association wrapping up an absolutely fantastic 2024 season right here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It is the Race of Champions. Welcome, everybody, both on the stream. Great to have you joining us here on another absolutely beautiful Southern Florida winter day, which means temperatures in the mid-70s, and that's about as nice as it. It's absolutely beautiful. Again, lots of blue in the sky and lots of racing to unfold here on this final day of the season. Just to give you an idea, we have, I think, 8 races that we're going to be bringing to you today. It's going to be fantastic and an awesome way to wrap things up. Those of you here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, thank you so much for being here. You're going to have a lot of fun today. There's no doubt about that. A reminder, I already see the smoke coming from the smoker for the food truck. So when we get to the lunch break, or anytime, if you're here at the track that you want to pop over, those of you that are watching on the stream, if you get an opportunity to come to a FARA event, do it. There's so much that they do. It's so cheap to come from a spectator's perspective. No ticket cost, just a parking fee. And they've got these wonderful vendors on site. Yeah, and there's lots of different equipment vendors here as well. So you can check that out if you want. But also, you know, those food trucks are spectacular. First thing coming up today is our Pro Spec Miata, the first of 2 races on the day. It's listed as race 2 simply because they had a shootout yesterday. We'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute here. But for those of you not maybe familiar with Homestead-Miami Speedway, let's take you on a little tour. In the lower left corner, you can see the track layout, and that dot is that is turn 1. So right now, this camera, you're looking back down the front straight, and just off of the screen would be turn 1. And let's go around and take a look at each of these corners, and we could talk about it. When you go into turn 1, you come down off the banking into a surprisingly snug turn 2. It looks more open than it really is. And you see off to the left there where that black curbing is and all the dirt behind it, right where that vehicle's coming. That's why that vehicle's there, because lots of people run off over there as they just get in to turn 2 too hot. You want to get through there well, and then you get into the really twisty bits of this place. One of 2 concepts for it. That is turns 3, 4, 5. And we're looking at the exit of 3 where that truck is. And the secret to this, look where that lighter bit of pavement is, and you see about mid-track is where that ends. Then it gets darker out there. If you are over where that truck is, you have a real problem getting through 4 and 5 and maintaining your speed into one of the best overtaking areas on the track, which is turn number 6. Here is the exit of 4, right where the truck is. You can see there's some banking there. So if you get a wide enough entry, get your angle right, you can use that banking, feed throttle, and then just straight line as this car is coming through here. You can just straight line to that curb on the left that car is well wide of now, and full chat all the way down into turn 6. And as you can see, this is a pretty significant run here into turn 6. Great overtaking area. But as we see a lot here at Homestead-Miami, you see those concrete walls pretty close. It's not too far from being a street course in certain areas here. Now, of course, where these vehicles are is way offline. You're going to want to be to the right of the screen or driver's left, and you see that entry curb there. You want to have your tires up on that, do your braking, and what you want to do is a slightly late apex, not super late, because turn 7 is increasing radius. So if you get your turn in right at turn 6, in most of the cars here, except maybe some of the super fast, heavy, big horsepower cars in the GT division, you're just full throttle all the way through 7 and into the best overtaking area on the track. But for these Pro Spec Miatas, it's also by far and away the most crucial corner, because they're one of the 2 run groups here who don't use the infield section at the end of the lap. They will be using the banking, as you can see when you look down at that track map. So turn 8 is doubly important. It's a great overtaking area, but if you overcharge turn 8 in a pass and end up running wide or having to slow way down to not go off, you are going to be slow all the way from the exit of 8 through the banking, across start finish, and into turn 1. And if you're trying to stay in front of somebody, you're going to be a sitting duck for the pass. And if you're chasing somebody, they're just going to drive away from you if they get that turn right. Most important turn on the track. banking for these cars and for the Formula FARA cars, we'll see later, absolutely flat, which means draft packs. And if you were watching yesterday in the shootout, we'd have packs of, 2 cars, groups of 2, 2, 2. Then it would become groups of 4, then even groups of 6. And it was absolutely insane. And in the shootout yesterday on this same layout, the top 4 cars were covered by 0.2 of a second as they came across the line. It was absolutely spectacular. So that's a lap of Homestead-Miami Speedway. And taking a look here, Noah Harmon will be starting on pole in the number 99. The 97X of Nathan Nicholson will start outside front row. Chris Clark, the number 46, will start inside row 2 in the 3rd spot. Championship second place runner, the number 56 of Todd Burris, will start 4th. Frankie Barroso, who is the championship leader, will start 5th in the number 48. The 74 of Robert Bailey will start 6th outside row 3. Then the number 143 of Stuart McAleer will start in the 7th spot. 8th spot will be the 156 of Jose de las Casas. Starting in the 9th spot, the 169 of Mike Leo, starting 10th, the 20 of Mike Hishmi. Starting 11th, the 62 of Brandon Gardner. Starting 12th, Gino Angela. In the 23, starting 13th, number 17, teenager Kalen Kinley. Starting in the 14th spot, the 97 of Frank Analante. And then rounding out the field in 15th, in the 92 will be Andrew Perez. And let's take a look here at the points and yesterday's shootout race, which we'll talk about, did not pay points. That was simply a 15-minute fun race with some money on the line. This is, after all, Pro Spec Miata Racing, the only series like it. Frankie Barroso comes into today with a 10-point lead over Todd Burris. 10 points, 166 to 156. So that championship is well into play. Technically, Noah Harmon is still in with a shot at the championship, and he earned a point as well. So he actually has now 142 points because he got the pole. Rob Bailey is 4th, a little bit farther back. Then Harley Scuffle, who's not here, Michael Fountain, who's not here, unfortunately. That's how it plays. In talking about that sprint race, like I said, the margin of victory, actually for the top 5 cars, was 0.2 of a second. Absolutely stunning is how close that was. And the top 4 cars were covered by less than a 10th. Were covered by about a 10th. That's incredibly close. Burris, from an inverted field, came through to win it with McAleer, who got inverted and started well, second after leading a lot of it. Chris Clark was 3rd, Nathan Nicholson 4th, Noah Harmon 5th, and Frankie Barroso kind of got left on an island when that group up front, that top group of 5, ended up getting into a major drafting train, and Barroso tried his best to run him down and get into that mix, just couldn't do it. But like we said, it is now the normal starting lineup based on their qualifying, and this is points time now. This is it. They are going for points for the season championship. Here you see the field heading into that very crucial turn number 8. You can see it's that long run in, nice and wide, so it's easy to get suckered into a late inside move. But then it just parks you because you're going to have to really slow down if you tighten your angle into the corner to not run off, and so you're going to lose your momentum. So that's a real tightrope, especially in traffic. If you're thinking about a pass, in these cars, I'd wait. I'd just stay as close as you could, get a good run out of 8, really maximize your line through 8, and when you rejoin the banking, that's turn 9, and then use the draft to make your pass. All right, we are getting ready to go here. It is race time here at the Race of Champions, Pro Spec Miata, race number 2 of the weekend, number 1 of the day. In our final round of the championship, pace car is in field, coming out of the final turn. Looking for it, we're green! Pro Spec Miata, Noah Harmon doing a nice job on the start, reading that well, and right on his 6. Is the 46 of Chris Clark, trying to take advantage of it and maybe try and slip into second. I think he got that done. So a great run for him. And the field now working its way through that very tricky turn 3. Here it is. Look at all the drivers. A couple of them way wide. And that means they're going to be really slow now coming through. Now, the opening lap, you got somebody on your shoulder, you might be able to get away with it. But once things settle, it's going to be really tough for you to be able to maintain that. Here we go, into turn 6. First time Harmon in that kind of gold or bronze and white machine, leading into turn 6 with Clark right on his 6, and a great start by Frankie Barroso. Looks like he was able to take advantage and move right up into third. And again, he is the points leader, and the guy who he's racing in the points right now, I think, is in 5th. He may have just ended up getting displaced into 6th, as I think McAleer may have just been able to knife down underneath him. Yep, that's Burris there, sitting out wide. You can see everybody using that exit curve through 8, trying to open that radius up as much as possible to get a run. And the top 2 are drafting on the banking, then Barroso alone, and then we got 3, call it 4 cars that are in a draft pack here. Watch this as they come through. Here are the 2 cars in their draft battle, then Barroso by himself, and then this pack. That's what we are going to see all day here. And it's Harmon over Clark, Barroso, McAleer, Burris, Nathan Nicholson, Rob Bailey, Mike Leo, Jose De Las Casas, Hishmi, and Kalen Kinley getting a great start, jumping up into that top 9 right now. Fabulous lap for Kalen. And Noah Harmon easing away, actually building a little bit of a gap here. And Barroso, as a result, is closing down on Clark as we head into turn 6. And that's where you see these guys, you know, it's so tough in these short races. But, oh, and a way off, huge off there. I think that may have been Mike Leo running way wide at the exit of 6. That's going to cost him dearly in terms of momentum. And we talk about this in these classes where the cars don't have a lot of power, and certainly in Spec Miata, they don't have a lot of power, particularly for their weight. And that makes them momentum cars. You've got to keep your momentum alive. You can't be chucking the cars in, sliding them, and or running wide like that. If you do, it just kills your momentum, and because they don't have a lot of power, you know, it takes a long time to spool that momentum back up. And again, if you're racing somebody who's doing a good job of keeping that momentum alive, it's really going to be a struggle for you. Chris Clark has a problem. He's down on the apron. Oh my goodness. So there goes Noah Harmon, but now Todd Burris with a big shove from Nathan Nicholson goes to 2nd, Nicholson 3rd, both of them getting around Frankie Barroso. And Chris Clark dejectedly pulls down into the pits. I don't know what the reasoning might be here. I didn't see any like smoke out of the back of the car, but certainly something had to let go, because he was really well placed here. And now Frankie Barroso has got to go to work on the 97X, the black car of Nicholson here, as they head down into turn 6. Again, it's still Harmon in that bronze and white entry leading. Now that orange car, that's Todd Burris. The black car behind them is Nathan Nicholson, and then Frankie. Oh, and Nicholson running wide, feeling the pressure from Barroso at the exit of 6. And Barroso, as a result, just turns down underneath and grabs that all-important 3rd spot. And again, the guy that Barroso leads in the championship is the guy who's right in front of him. Nicholson recovered fairly nicely here and slots back in. Rob Bailey a little wide in that 5th spot, in that blue number 74 exiting 8. Probably had to give it up just a little bit. So the 156 Jose De Las Casas might have an opportunity there. And indeed, looks like Jose just got a great drive out of that turn. We'll watch for it as we are watching the leaders come through the banking, and look at Burris all over the back of Harmon. And Nicholson right now is Todd Burris's best friend, because he's diving to the inside of Barroso into turn 1. So he is keeping Barroso occupied from behind, juking and jiving here. Barroso, having none of that, just shut the door and glommed on to the back of Burris. And for Barroso, with that 10-point lead, you know, obviously you like to go out a winner, right? But I think if he finishes, if his goal right now, well, maybe his goal is to win, but his plan, I think, is to, if he has to, just make sure wherever Barroso finishes, the car in front of him is that orange one. And as I say that, he dives down to the inside and throws my theory completely out. But Noah Harmon runs a little bit wide at the exit of 6, and that means we might see Barroso able to go right to the lead here. And the problem is even if you keep your foot flat when you're off like that over those curbs, the car's bouncing, the rear tires that don't have a lot of power to them anyway, the contact patch is minimized, and somehow Harmon able to stay there. And I think it was because as Barroso was trying to deal with it, Burris attacked Barroso and displaced him right back into 3rd. Up onto the banking we go, and indeed, Jose De Las Casas got in front of Stuart McAleer, but McAleer able to go back around him. And here comes our group of 4. And right now, Burris is not interested in passing Harmon. He is doing the classic bump draft here. And that's an art in and of itself. You can push that guy down the straights, but you have to have the discipline before the guy in front of you starts to change direction, even if it's a flat-out corner. You don't want to be bump drafting in a turn because it's so easy to knock the guy in front of you sideways. And so you have to be disciplined to just give it up a little bit. And it looks like Harmon heading into 6 is going to icon Burris. Here we go. You can see the red nose with the white stripe down inside Burris. Does he get it done? He's got position. Burris going to try and fight him around the outside. Does a pretty nice job of it. And if he can keep himself there, he can pinch Harmon's exit, and then Harmon not going to be able to accelerate as hard. And that's one of the real things here. But to do that, you got to have trust in the guy that is inside of you that you're pinching. And when I say pinch, I don't mean that you're squeezing him and not giving him any room. You're just staying where that piece of racetrack you earned, and it worked. You can see it right there that, you know, Barroso had position on the inside going into turn 6, but Burris in the orange number 56 was able to stay on the outside, and that meant that Barroso had to tighten his angle through the corner just a little bit. And when you make that angle tighter, guess what? You lose a little bit of that free roll. And now Barroso, what a brilliant move. I don't know if you can see it in the background. He went up high, trusted that Nicholson wasn't going to dive underneath him, and then used the banking to come down on the inside, and it paid off. Nicholson let him go, tucked in behind him, and Barroso to the lead, Nicholson to 2nd, and Burris just that fast into 3rd. That was an immensely classic piece of racecraft in a draft on banking. But the problem is Barroso may have given everybody a sense of what his last lap strategy is going to be. Sometimes you need to practice it, see if it is going to work, if you've got a theory, but sometimes you don't want to do it quite that early here, but that's an opportunity and wanted to see what he could do. There they come. The old, as I say, proverbial blanket covering those guys. Then a great battle going on here with Rob Bailey and McAleer. After McAleer had that moment, he has gathered it. Oh, and a big lunge here now from Nathan Nicholson into turn 8. He goes to the front. Now the question is, with that inside line, and he didn't go all the way to the outside, was his exit from 9 a little bit compromised? Looking at the banking now, right now, those two, Nicholson and Barroso, but here comes the big push at this stage as Harmon all over the back of Burris. The two guys in front, Barroso and your leader Nicholson, cover the inside. So Burris and Harmon go to the outside. Here we go. Burris uses the outside line. He's going to try and stay put. And again, trying to pinch Nicholson through turn 2, and he's got it done. What a move by Todd Burris. And give a lot of credit to Nathan Nicholson there. because he could have easily just let the car drift a little bit more out and force Todd Burris off track, and he did not do that. That's the respect you have to race these cars in these super close quarters here. But Nicholson coming right back, the black Miata down to the inside of Burris. And again, Burris wants to try and keep him pinned, but he couldn't. And that was because Barroso got underneath Burris and affected what he wanted to do just a little bit. And Nicholson now has, I wouldn't say ever a comfortable lead here, but actually got a pretty good run out. And Burris is just trying to fight back here on Barroso. Ooh, he's inside. Frankie's going to stay where he is. And Burris really had to tighten up that exit. And now he needs the draft from Nicholson to keep him in front of Barroso. Barroso is on his right shoulder as they head down the back straight and into the banking. As you can see, the rest of the field working. A couple of good battles a little bit farther back. Hishmi Perez having a good run. But here we go. Look at this. These packs of 2 become packs of 3, become packs of 4. And Noah Harmon with a monster push. Wow, did he give Barroso a shove all the way down the front straight down into turn 1. Barroso into the lead with Harmon second now. Nicholson third, Burris is fourth. What an extraordinary battle. This is why this is Pro Spec Miata. You know, Spec Miata is a massive class in a lot of different sanctioning bodies, SCCA, NASA, there are others as well. And this is the first Pro Spec Miata series, and it attracts the best of the best. And Harmon, he moved a little bit on Barroso. Harmon's the second car there, that bronze and white machine, as they headed into turn number 6. But he opted to not try a pass because I think he feels, based on what we saw on that run down the front straight, that if he can just really shove Barroso now, that they might be able to gap Nicholson and Burris. And they've got a little bit of a gap. Here we go. There's the turn into 8. And that's 3-4 car lengths that they've built up. And now everybody, and the thing is, are they far enough clear where it'll be a little bit tough now for Nicholson and Burris to catch that draft just a little bit? And they are. They've made a little bit of a break now, heading into the banking over in turn 3 on the Speedway, and they have gapped just a little bit. And right now, Harmon is just going to shove Barroso for all they're worth, trying to break away from Nicholson and Burris here. And right now, Nicholson and Burris, if they start racing now, the race is over. But man, did they make up ground in the braking zone for turn 2. Nicholson and Burris got through there really well. And Barroso drops his lefts, or his rights, big time. But it was in a part of the track here where he was already going to be cutting back and nothing Harmon could do. But Harmon had to breathe it, not knowing if Barroso was going to save it or snap out. And here comes Nicholson heading in. Or is he heading into turn number 6? Yep, he pops out. Is he going to go for it on Harmon? Yes. And he got in there so well that Harmon he couldn't pin him to the inside. Harmon could not ramp the outside there at all. And then the McAleer-Bailey battle is a good one for that last spot in the top 5 as well. And behind them, there's a pretty big gap to the rest of the field at this point. But that little split that Barroso and Harmon had been able to build up, as soon as Barroso made that little mistake at the exit of 2, that just disappeared. And we have 15 minutes to go. At about the halfway point here. Here we go. Whoa! Barroso got trapped on his own and is absolutely getting freight trained. He got trapped up high, and Nicholson, Harmon, and Burris all went through. But you know what, folks? I'm not so sure that wasn't by design. The way that we saw Barroso use that high banking drop move a little bit earlier, and very often, especially when you're on a track where you're using the banking here, the last place you want to be as you come out of turn number 8 and 9 is leading. If you've got a group of cars right on you. And I think Barroso tried that move early, liked it, and said, all right, I don't want to be leading here. I know how well that move works. Let's see what he plays out. So it's Nicholson leading over Harmon, then Burris, then Barroso. And into turn 8, Barroso showing the nose here. Oh, no, that's Burris. Sorry about that, folks. He decided he wanted to get through. And he understands. Believe me, Burris knows if Barroso finishes right behind him in each of these races, Barroso's champ. So Burris is going to be really aggressive trying to get to the front. And in doing so, going to try and do everything he possibly can to trap Barroso so that he could finish 2 or 3 spots in front of Barroso, not just 1. Here comes this group. Boy, this is just fascinating racing. Now, look at Barroso. He is moving up high as they head down. See him way up on the outside while everybody else is trying to settle. And there goes Burris. Burris down to the inside, attacking Nicholson, having none of that. Just the way we've been watching how this is playing out, I think it's entirely possible that Harmon and Barroso have done a crossroads deal. And Harmon, who's not in the championship, or would take a lot, is working with Burris. And as I say that, oh, Burris way sideways at turn in. And that's going to cost him dearly. Look at that. The 2 leaders, Nicholson and Harmon, now easing away. Burris got really crossed up. And that's going to put Barroso right on his 6 as we head into turn 8. Now, here's the question. I think Barroso had enough of a run. He could have done something, but elected not to. And I think the reason is that Barroso yesterday in the shootout, remember I mentioned he kind of got trapped on an island in 5th. He had a problem early and then had to drive his way back up, and the top 4 just checked out, and Barroso was a bit on an island. It could never get to them because they were drafting together. So I think in that moment, with that problem by Burris, Barroso, even though they're the 2 guys battling for the championship, I think Frankie Barroso said, I need to just latch onto the back of Burris here and shove us back up to that battle up front. And we have about 6.5 minutes to go here. Oh, and this time it's Nicholson. That was a big off. He got both of those lefts that just hooked on him, and you can see it just sucked him right off the track. And the car was dancing as he was trying to save it. And that was costly as he went literally from the lead to 4th, just that fast. So now it's Harmon who will be leading over Burris and Barroso. And I think this is right where Barroso wanted to be, 3rd. Problem is we still have 6 minutes to go. Lap times here are in the 138s or thereabouts, 140s. So that's a lot of laps. And we have seen things can change extremely quickly here. And we're going to have a little bit of traffic that's going to play into it here. And tell you one thing, in this Pro Spec Miata series, the slower cars, for whatever reason, have been absolutely remarkable at getting the memo and just getting out of the way of the faster cars, especially the guys up front that are battling for a championship. Nicholson has kind of lost touch with that group. So it's Harmon and Burris drafting together here. A little bit of a gap to Barroso, then a bigger gap to Nicholson as we come down the front straight. Oh, and a great job again by that car. I think that was Frank Anelante. He just moved almost down onto the pit apron and just let him go. Nicholson, massive lockup going in, as did McAleer. Well, that was a big lockup. So I think Nicholson now, along with just having the deficit because of his off, now might have a little flat spot, which puts a pretty good vibration through your steering column and the car. Here we go, down into turn 6 once again. Here's Harmon. Top 3 cars in that black car. Nicholson just back a bit. And then this continuing. What a scrap for this 5th spot. We haven't covered it a lot because of how good the battle at the front is with championship implications. But that scrap for 5th is absolutely superb. All right, our lead trio. Yeah, they've definitely made a break now from Nicholson. And how this works, it's 12 points for, or 25 points for a win, 23 second, 21 third, 19 17, 15 13, 11, and then 9 7, and then on down. So right now, the classic, if it finished like this, Barroso's leading the championship would go from 10 to 8 points. And that's why Burris is going to do everything he can to get around Harmon. And based on what we saw early with the way Harmon and Barroso were working together, I think Harmon is going to fight like mad. And keep in mind, Harmon is 3rd in the championship. So you know, mathematically, he's still in this. I mean, there's 50 points on the line today. So he's not just going to go quietly. If he can battle and stay in the lead, and, you know, what he's hoping right now is that he wins this. I'm talking about Harmon. He wins this, and Burris and Barroso in their championship battle get so involved that they both go off, have some sort of a moment, and drop way back. And suddenly Harmon's right in it with a shot here. Harmon's got 141 points right now, and there's 50 on the line, so that's 191. So he's very much still in this championship. It's just not quite as close as it is with the other guys. And that other group, back up. Harmon gets out of turn number 8 and 9 really well. That's not always a good thing, though, because that Burris, there's, you know, you want to be a car length or 2 behind so that when you catch the draft, it really picks speed. If you're right with them, you both pick up a little bit of speed, but sometimes you want to have that little gap, and that's what I think Barroso is trying to figure out here. How far back can I be to get the maximum pull from that draft? I'm going to watch Nicholson again down into turn 1. Yeah, he's managed that now, avoided that lockup. McAleer had a biggie too, and he now is driving that very nicely. Here they go. Look at those lines. Ooh, Nicholson has driven the tires off that car. You can see coming through the exit of 3, back end swinging around. But this is championship weekend here, folks. Race of Champions. You know, and technically Rob Bailey mathematically is still in this, but as he's trapped back in 6 right now, that is probably going to take him out of that championship. And Harmon's driving away now. And Barroso, and this is one of the odd things here in this strategy when you're talking about the draft, is, you know, what's the old joke about strange bedfellows? You get the 2 guys battling for the championship actually have to work together to get up there and get in play for the win. Here is, I'm looking. I would have expected a white flag this time by, but not seeing anything from our starter. Next lap? Next lap. All right. Got an update. And look at this now. Burris and Harmon working together. And here comes Nicholson. Watch, going to get him a little too late. He couldn't get to the back of Barroso before they got into turn 1, so he couldn't give him that little oomph, that little nudge down the straight. Well, this battle is on, man. This is it. And Interesting, right now, the top three in the championship are the inverted top three on the track. Harmon, third in the championship, is leading. Burris, second in the championship, is second. Barroso, leading the championship, is third. And I would be stunned to see anybody pop out of line here. And as I say that, Barroso, I think that was a psych move, just trying to get into Burris's head a little bit. I don't know that you can psych Todd Burris. He's been doing this way too long. But I don't know if he got Burris to just overcompensate a little bit, because suddenly a big lunge here, or a big run out of 6 and 7 by Harmon. And Barroso got trapped on the outside. He tried to move, then Burris overran it. Barroso coming back at him here. Wow, this thing is absolutely fascinating. Heading into the banking. Nice to see Chris Clark, whatever the problem was, got that fixed, and he's back out. And Burris he's the one, he got forced out wide. He's gone from second to fourth, and I mean a distance fourth, as the white flag comes out. Oh boy, this is tough for Todd Burris. He got completely shuffled. He's going to have to make this up on the infield to be in position, as we are on the last lap. Any mistake here in the twisty bits, Burris has caught him. He has reeled him back in just that quick. Down the chute, heading into turn 6. And again, I wouldn't expect to see any kind of a move by any of these guys here in 6 and 7. 8, now if you find you've got, Harmon a little bit wide there, but everybody sort of just tracking. Barroso really tucked in behind Harmon, but I'll guarantee you Barroso is not going to try a pass. I just can't believe he would, because the last place you want to be is leading. Harmon knows that too. So Harmon's got to do something pretty magical here. But here's the thing. You could be leading out of 8 and 9. You can be third by the time you get to the entry of the banking, and you can win it still coming out. That's how quick this stuff can change. And we've got, the cars have broken into 2 packs now. So it is a 2-car battle for the lead, with Harmon and Barroso. And Nicholson and Burris are scrapping for the final spot on the podium. Here goes Barroso high. See if he does the drop move. Harmon protecting. Barroso couldn't do it. He's trying to get the side draft to the line. It is Barroso by half a car length. Unbelievable finish. Holy cow, folks. 43 1/1000ths of a second. Nicholson gets the final spot on the podium, with Burris another 33 1/1000ths of a second behind. And Rob Bailey got around on McAleer on that last lap and stole the final spot in the top 5. What a battle. And I got to tell you, folks, that was some extraordinary strategy by Frankie Barroso. He had done that, I remember early in the race, he did that high move in between 3 and 4, and then as he got into 4, dropped down, used the angle of the banking to get a run. Oh, and that's a good scrap too. 17, Kaylin Kinley finishing in the top 10, the young teenager, pipping Mike Hishmi at the line. So great job for her. Jose De Las Casas in 7th, then Leo, Kinley, and Hishmi. That's your top 10. Chris Clark able to get back out and get back up into 11th. Antalante finished 12th. Andrew Perez in 13th. Yuri Calazos in the 14th spot. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying about Barroso early in the race doing that high move and then the drop. And believe me, all of these guys, they've got, a spotter. They've got somebody that's watching what's going on. And when he went high on that last lap, I'll guarantee you the team had said, Barroso's going high. He's going to try that drop move. Harmon stayed a little lower instead of exiting where he normally would have, which would have allowed Barroso to do that drop underneath and use that banking. But as he stayed a little lower, Barroso had that pull, got up to him, went to the outside, instead used that side draft and made it work. And with that, Barroso opens his point lead up a lot on Burris, who ends up in fourth. And Noah Harmon, with that second place finish, now is going to close in a bit on Burris. Pro Spec Miata at its best, folks. Wow. That was absolutely spectacular. And again, each of these races obviously pays points, but also some prize money. And it's not a small amount here. There's some pretty good purse money that comes up. We're talking a couple thousand to the winner. Second place gets $1,000. Third through fifth all get $500. Plus there's contingency money from Mazda Motorsports that can make a good solid weekend in this Pro Spec Miata series. You can walk away with over $5,000 if you have a stellar weekend. And you know, for a class that's technically a club class, but has some of the best drivers in motorsports, just because they're in a Spec Miata instead of a prototype doesn't mean they're not great drivers. So we're going to have a podium shortly. So, and that will be, the video of that will be on the stream, I think. Right now, we are going into an HPDE, a high-performance driver education session for our novice category. This is where it all begins. If you want to get out on a racetrack with your personal car just to drive it, see what it's like, you've never done anything like this before, never done track days, come to a FARA event, do the HPDE novice, get out there, get some coaching, learn how to drive your car in a racetrack, all the important things about it. Then you can move up to intermediate, then you can go to advanced, then you can go to the Super Lap series where it's a competition of fast lap times. And if you really are comfortable doing that, then maybe you can say, all right, I'm going to buy myself a GT3B car and go racing. Wow, what a race. And I'm dying to hear if my theory on what Barroso did early in the race and what happened there late, if that had any truth to it at all. I mean, it sure sounded good to me, but I could have been just making the whole thing up. So, all right, we will be back with you in terms of race call for the first of our two Formula FARA races, a 30-minute race, and that will be coming up at 10:05. So I'm going to stop here, and as I said, we'll let you watch on the stream the podium celebration for Spec Miata, Pro Spec Miata, race 2 of 3 on the weekend here. What a battle it was.
Good morning, people! Another beautiful Mission Fruits Pro Spec Miata by Headquarter Mazda race. You guys don't fail. You guys do not disappoint. The best racing in FARA. I need my guy. Don't drive. Oh, no. Yeah, you can go. Yep. You gotta tell them. Say, I'm throwing chips.
I'm throwing chips.
No, you gotta yell it. Say, I'm throwing chips. No. Say, who wants chips?
Who wants chips?
He wants it. Right there. All right, I believe we're ready. So without further ado, and B feature, main event, coming up in the afternoon. This is for the Mazda money, the bragging rights, the trophy, the chips, and the salsa. Everybody's here for the Mission Fruit salsa. Okay, chips are coming. The girls are throwing chips. All right, in third place, driving car number 97, Mason Nicholson. Get your chips, get your salsa, put your hand cooked hot, everything. You get all the goodies. Need more hands. Yes. Welcome to the podium for the first time, Nathan Nicholson. In P2. In second place, driving car number 99, Noah Holman! What? I don't know what else to do. We need more hands. Give a hand to Noah! And in first place, the one, the only, driving car number 48, Frankie Barroso! Hi Nathan, I watched every lap through here. You guys were insane as always. So Nathan, how was your first weekend of FARA racing so far?
Yeah, I got the second race done, one more to go today. They just keep getting more and more chaotic, so I don't know how it'll happen, but next race is going to be even crazier. I'm looking forward to it.
You have something for them?
Oh, hell yeah, I do. I'm going to take it to these guys.
All right, spoken like a true warrior right there. Noah, my man, P2. You're getting closer, but you're not P1 yet.
No, this was absolutely awesome. I mean, really happy for Frankie. We came across the line pretty much together. Super exciting race. Everybody raced very clean, and can't thank anybody at FARA and Mazda Motorsports enough for putting on such an amazing event.
That's right. Thank you for Mazda. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. And of course, the name that I like to call them is Barroso. P1, baby.
Yeah, P1. Really good race. It was clean, and we had a really good car. I thought we were like 15 to go. I kind of killed my chances, but thankfully I got a little lucky. And yeah, you know, had great teammates like Nate and Noah, and you know, just worked together on those last few laps, and you know, got Noah by a little bit.
There you go. That's all you want. Good competition, good friendship, lots of good racing. Give it up for you, Spec Miata Pro Series Podium. All right, guys. Now we're gonna have the girls pick a number from 4 to 15. One of the huge bags, guys. Who wants a huge bag? Who wants one of the bags? All right. Who wants to pick it? Right here. Give me a number from 4 to 15.
Oh, wait, can we both choose? Wait.
10. In 10th place, Kaylin Kale. There she is. Kaylin Kale. Good job. Come aboard.
Yeah, you can give me. Open it up. Take a picture. Anything else you're giving?
Congratulations, Kaylin. Please come up.
Come up right here. Anybody else? Hold it up.
All right, guys, hold it up for the picture. Yeah, congratulations. All right, you guys gotta go get prep for the next one.
Fantastic, brother. Thank you very much. Absolutely. Done.
Welcome back, everybody, to Homestead-Miami Speedway as our day of championship racing continues. And out on the track right now is our field of Formula FARA competitors as they are getting ready to go for their first race, 30 minutes. And let's take you through the starting lineup, starting at the back. And I'm not sure if he's racing today. Late entry for the 77 of Kai Johnson, starting in the 8th spot. Ran into him at the hotel this morning. What a delightful young man. The 78 first is starting in 8th is Matan Achachev. Starting in the 7th spot is the guy who ran into the 46 of Max Mokaram. Just a great young man, and just had a grin on his face. And I said, "You looking forward to a good day?" He said, "I have 2 races today. I'm in heaven." And I went, "Good for you, young man." Then Lazzaro Bonatti, who started off the weekend kind of off pace a little bit. First time, I think, in this series. I'm not sure if it's first time in these cars. He has immediately improved up into the 6th spot. Starting in the 5th spot, I think, is the story of the weekend, the number 12 of Isabella Abreu. She did a little testing in these cars, but she's never raced them, never been in a weekend like this. And she has been impressively fast and doing it with a bum right knee on top of it. We'll talk more about that. In the 4th spot, the number 14 of JT Hoskins, who in the last couple of races has really found some speed. Starting 3rd, one of the protagonists in the points battle, the number 8 of Beckham Yassir. Starting 2nd, the points leader, Gaston Arazu, the number 27. And starting on pole, the guy who missed the first 3 races but has been a rocket ship since he came back, that is the number 6 of Alex Popov. He's a little bit too far out, I think, to be in points contention, but he certainly is going to be a factor in this here. It looks like they're giving him 2 pace laps this morning, which is cool. They haven't had any kind of a practice or warm-up session today. Track conditions change a little bit. Good looking field of machines out there. And getting back now a little bit more into the Isabella Abreu, you know, she has been racing a Mazda Spec Miata in the GT and Prototype divisions, and also doing some racing in the Pro Spec Miata series. She decided she wanted to try the prototypes, got a test, did pretty well. The Formula cars. And yesterday she started off, 8th, 9th, then up into the top 5, and at the end of the second practice, she went to 3rd with a stunning lap. And on Friday, she had a non-racing related auto incident and really messed up her right knee, and she's braced and she's limping around the paddock, but she said, "Good thing is I'm come from karting, I'm a left foot breaker, and so it's easy for me to have my right foot flat." And she said, "So I'm making it work." I said, "How's it feel?" She goes, "Oh, I feel it in the car. A lot of load, and you're getting, tossed around." But she said, as soon as the session starts, the adrenaline takes over, and she has been something. So that is your starting lineup. Pace car is down from the banking, and here we go. Look at this field here as they are coming to the line. 10 cars strong. Make that 9 cars strong. Sorry, I got those numbers wrong, but we're green. And a nice start by Popov. Gaston Arazu immediately tucks over, covers Beckham Yassir as they head down into turn 1. Arazu is driving. It's a white car with a pink back. Popov is. Arazu's car is actually the only multicolor car out there, and I thank him for that. And then the bright, I don't know what you call that, sublime green or yellow car is Beckham Yassir, and there's a couple of those. The 4th and 5th place cars of JT Hoskins and Isabella Abreu are both the white with the pink back. As we head into turn 6 for the first time with Popov. Ooh, big lockup. He went way wide, got in there too hot. Arazu snaps by underneath, takes that spot away. Boy, and that is what Arazu wanted to do. Coming in here, those top 2 separated by 4 points. It's that close, folks. 4 points separating those guys. Next up is Eddie Masella, who's not here, who's 27 points further back. Then Popov, who I said missed the first 3 rounds, is another 13 back. So the championship is really down to Arazu and Yasir. And I think that is going to promote some absolutely furious racing here. Arazu protecting and Popov getting that draft, goes to the outside. Arazu leads at the line, but will he lead down into turn 1? No, yeah, he hangs on to it. He hangs on to it. And Yasir right there in third, then that little gap to JT, then a little bigger gap back to, I think Isabella may have just been passed actually by young Max McCarrum. Heading down into turn 8 now, that lead group. You can see that trio, then that little gap to JT, then McCarrum, and then Isabella. Now keep in mind, folks, this is a 30-minute race, but this track, brutal on tires, all right? Really tough on tires. And in these 30-minute races, even with these light formula cars with a little bit of aero and not a lot of power, you can still damage the tires. So some people will set the car up. And look at this, Yasir trying to get around Popov. He's got to do everything he can to stay with Arazu here in this first race. Keep this championship close. That's what he's scrapping to do. Got through on Popov. There they come. See that bright yellow machine, fluorescent yellow car now up into second. Fighting their way through. Ooh, you can see there a little bit of a wide run through 4 by Arazu. What I was getting at was some of these people are going to be kind of being very, very careful about car placement and routing the tires. And some people will actually set the car up so that it may not be as quick as it could be early. It takes the tires a little bit longer to come in, but it's easier on tires early if you're patient, and then you have great tire left. Now, there are others who set the car up to be fast right out of the box because they want to get out there, you know, build the lead if they can, and then they will just sort of take care of the tires, if you will. And here's how it works in the points. There's 17 points on the line in the races. 10 for a win in the first race, 7 because of the inversion in the second race. And Yasir trying to keep Popov behind him right down the middle of the front straight. Popov wise and doesn't force the issue here. He is trying to do exactly what we saw in the Spec Miata race. Now, these cars don't punch anywhere near as big a hole in the air as the Miatas do. But with the wings on the back, they do punch a little bit of a hole, and you could definitely get a draft here. And Popov right now, instead of trying to attack on Yasir for second, is sitting back there and trying to just draft with him to make sure they stay in touch with Arazu. Hoskins still at third, then that gap. About 3 seconds back to McCarrum. And Isabella Abreu has lost another spot as Ty Johnson is flying through the pack right now. He started last, he's up to 6th. So he may have a setup on that car where it comes in quick. Yeah, you can see the red car there of Kai getting through on Isabella, but still an amazing performance by her. And I have a feeling at the end of the race, she's going to be pretty quick. She's really good with that tire management, coming from driving her heavier Spec Miata in enduros. This is interesting here as Arazu and Yasir are dropping Popov. And I don't know whether if that's Popov saying I'm pushed, you know, at this pace, taking too much out of the tires. And again, if that name sounds familiar, well, his dad was a prototype phenom in the IMSA pro ranks. So he's been around racing. He knows racing. He's got a lot of experience. And sits now, just being patient. That battle right now for 5th is starting to get pretty stout. Mokaram in the second of those fluorescent yellow cars, then the red entry of Kai Johnson, and then Isabella Abreu, again white with the pink back. And again, you look at this, it's only 4 points, and it's 10, 8, 7. So it's 2 points between first and second, then it's a point back. So Arazu, yeah, sure, he'd like to win this and add a couple of points here. But here comes Yasir, man. Did he draft and make that work on the outside down the front straight? Is he going to make the pass? He's around the outside, and a deep lunge still by Arazu. Question is, they're still side by side. Beckham trying to, but the thing is for Arazu, he's in perfect spot for the exit of 3. They're still side by side through 4, through 5, and Yasir now, he's got the inside. Arazu finally tucks over, now pops out. That was just, he wanted to get a little bit of a draft and then try and drive down, but he popped out, and the very savvy Alex Popov dives down underneath. But now Alex has to drop off. And again, Arazu on the outside of Yasir. Remember what I've been talking about getting through turn 8 and 9. If you're pinched to the inside, wow, but Arazu gave Beckham plenty of space there. Didn't try and pin him a little bit. And that allowed Yasir to run the quicker line through there. And I wonder if Arazu was a little more concerned about slowing them both down and having Popov slice through. And now they're side by side in the banking again. Arazu on the outside, Yasir on the inside. Arazu trying to dissuade Yasir, leaning in a little bit. And Yasir having none of it. And here comes Popov. He was getting a double draft. And again, Arazu tries to get Yasir. Yasir stays to the inside. Oh, but he overran. That was what Arazu was trying to do. He got Yasir a little bit offline in turn 2. Yasir couldn't get it back to the apex in 3. Floated wide. Arazu was through. And a little loss of momentum there for Yasir. Let's see, does Popov come from a little bit far back, try something into 7? No. But look who's catching this pack because of that battling. JT Hoskins, who has been showing a great turn of speed, has joined that. Now we're looking at this battle behind here. Great stuff everywhere. And Lazaro Benatti and Tan Architov are having a good scrap as well. Here we go. That group up front right now. Wow. Arazu got a tremendous run through the infield and has opened up pretty sizable little margin here. That might be enough to break this draft. So right now, Yasir and Popov, they have to make sure they do not race each other and they just try and draft back up. As they're working through 3, now into 4. Here they are. Oh, a little wide for Arazu. And again, you run that wide, you've got to get out of the throttle and get that nose to point a little bit. It doesn't have to be much, but it's always something. And again, these cars, super reliable engines in them, but not a lot of power, only about 150 horsepower. And at 1,300 pounds, that's still pretty good power to weight, but you breathe just a little bit, you are going to lose that crucial momentum. And that's one of the things about this series, folks. Yes, it's a racing series, but Formula FARA is designed as that stepping stone for young talent coming out of go-karts to get their first experience driving a car. For many of them, a car of any kind, but certainly an open wheel car with a little bit of downforce. Because if your plan is you want to work your way up through the road to Indy and get into Indy cars, or if you're dreaming bigger in Formula One, you got to learn to drive aero fairly early. And if you're thinking, all right, I'd be happy to run in IndyCar, but I'd also be just fine running in prototypes. Well, guess what? Prototypes, a lot of aero, and they really have a bit more of a familiarity with an open wheel car that's got aero than a road car, a GT car of sort. So it's just a good training ground. And the other side of it is the cost. Because they use slightly older Formula 4 chassis, you don't have that cost to cover brand new equipment. Parts are still readily available, so they can keep the cost down on coming in and providing these young guns an opportunity to start to drive cars. And I'll tell you what, one of the things that has impressed me immensely, earlier this year, we had one of these races. First time any of them, to my knowledge, had been in the rain. Young drivers, close pack racing in the wet. Car control was exquisite and clean as could be. Just really, really awesome stuff. Tell you what, this battle here, as Lazzaro Bonatti has reeled in Isabella, so that Kai Johnson, Maximo Karam, Isabella Abreu, Lazzaro Bonatti battle for fifth is shaping up to be as good as this one for the lead, maybe better right now. That trio up front have just sort of eased up a little bit, and Hoskins has dropped back a little as well. Ooh, and Isabella has dropped back again. Not sure. This is a little bit of a surprise here based on the speed we saw from her. Little big moment there by Max Mokaram. Ooh, she had an off. She had an off over there. You see it at the exit of 3 or 4 into 5. It was just a spin. Didn't have any contact. She might be high-sided there. Trying to get that car to move. If she can't get it to move, we're going to go yellow. With about 16 minutes to go, somewhere in there. Yeah, she's not moving. And that is definitely in an impact zone. I mean, the back of her car is still up on the racetrack a little bit. So we're going to have, I think, pretty quick a full course caution here if she can't get that moved. Nothing yet. Here comes Irazu, Yasir, Popov, and Haas closing. And she is still there. It's not a good spot with the battle for the lead. Now they're going to cover that clearly with a station yellow. It's going to be where you see it, that waving yellow, letting the drivers know there's somebody there. Oh, that's uncomfortably close. That is uncomfortably close. Now, she's probably on the radio with the Formula FARA staff. And she might be saying, no, I can get this going, but not, she's a lap down now. Not going anywhere. This is really uncomfortable to me. And I think our double yellows are coming out. Yep, the double yellows are coming out. Yeah, oh, what a shame. She had been spectacular in this debut weekend. 7th in the first practice. Fifth in the first practice, 3rd in the second practice, qualified 5th. And she was generally setting her fast times later in the race. And she just seemed to be struggling here. All right, here we go. What this is going to do is, in looking at the times here for Mokaram, he's not far off for Kai Johnson. not that far off of that group up front, so it's going to change the dynamic up a little bit as the pace car picks up the field. Now this should be fairly quick here if they can, all they have to do is push her onto the track, and then if nothing's broken on the car, push her up, back onto the track, hook up a tow strap, and haul her down and exit over there at the end of the exit of turn 6. So hopefully we'll still see plenty of racing yet to unfold here. Of course, under a full car's caution, the clock continues to tick away. And the problem she might be dealing with here, well, her left leg was good, so I was going to say with that right leg, maybe she was struggling to, get it into gear, but that would all be left leg, clutch, etc. Now these, of course, paddle shift cars, but you still got to find the gears. They did bring a wrecker out, so maybe there was something. And she had mentioned that in that qualifying run, that late in the session, she said, I'd set my fast time and I was on a really good lap. Thought she could maybe move up into the top 2 rows. And then she said her motor let go. And she said, so there's a different motor that'll, and she told me last night there'll be a different motor in the car today. She said it just isn't quite as good as the other ones. You try and get every power plant to the same here, but some of them, it's either older, it's just used and doesn't have quite, everything is loosened up inside, so it doesn't have quite the punch. And, that becomes a spare backup engine. And she said, I'm just going to go out and have fun. I know I'm not going to be in the battle from the front, but it's my first weekend. I'm learning a ton. I just loved her attitude and her approach. So, but maybe something let go in this motor, or it could be a gearbox just locked in a gear and you can't get it to move. I mean, any number of things there. So you always bring a wrecker with these cars just in case you have to lift it and remove it. Sometimes you just put the tow strap on, as I said. But yeah, it looks like they're going to have to wrecker this car out of there. So this could be a little longer caution than we want. And right now, if the race were to finish like this, Irazu would add 2 points to his margin over Yasir. So going into the final race coming up later today, it would be a 6-point margin, which is really going to be tough for Yasir to overcome. He really needs to finish in front of Irazu to have a realistic shot at this here. You can see the field now. Next cut, you're going to see them working through the incident area. And you see those 2 trucks there. You might wonder, well, there was no fire. Why do we have fire? Why do we have that? Well, in this case, they're not there for anything other than to cover the workers that are there with the wrecker and the driver. They're there to protect, just in case something happens and the car comes through turn 4 there errant and heads that way, that they would collect those trucks and not somebody standing trying to help out on the track. But Kai Johnson, he's exploring out there. I like that. Where do I have grip? Because I think he's sensing maybe I can do something here. While we have this break, I want to let everybody know that we are going to have a unique format for our Prototype and GT sprints 2 and 3. Normally we have a sprint, then we'll have some other stuff, and then we have another sprint. In this one, that'll be starting in just a little while. Sprint 2 will take to the track for the prototypes in GT. It'll be a 25-minute race. Then there will be the cars, once they get the checker, will follow the overall leader into pit lane and stop in the pit lane, not in your pit box, but in the order you enter the pits. you stop. Once all the cars are stopped, the 5-minute clock starts. And if you need to change drivers, you can do that. If you want to change air pressures, clean a windscreen, you can do that in the queue line. But if you need to change tires, if you need to refuel, if you need to make more substantial repairs or work on the car, then you've got to go to your pit box and you drop to the back. So that's how that's going to play out here. So we got 2 sprints back to back with 5 minutes in between. Well, they've got the car. Oh, she's driving on her own. So she was just high-sided or locked in gear. Now she pulls off. That's class. Try and get over there and get out. And let's get going racing here. But she had to stop. She's trying to figure out how to get through that gate here. So I thought we might be able to go green. Well, we're going back to green. Right now, we are green. Arazu, Yasir, Popov, Hoskins, then the red car of Kai Johnson, then Mokaram, then Bonatti, who's been showing some good speed here. And under 6 minutes to go, so, Mokaram under attack right now, or Mokaram is attacking on Kai Johnson. Got his nose up alongside for a little bit here. Meanwhile, leaders heading down into turn 6. And everybody has cleared the exit of 6. They got that done. Nice job. And immediately the top 3 open up a little gap over JT. Then it's the red car of Kai Johnson, then that brilliant yellow, fluorescent yellow of Mokaram. So I think that JT's car was set up because right before the yellow came out, he was easing toward the guys in front. I think his car might be set up for those tires to come in a little bit later, but then be fast later. But now it's going to cost him because he's just losing ground right from the off here. And Yasir in the draft going to the outside as they head into the banking. Looking to the outside. Now he's dropping back down behind Arazu. Now pops back to the outside. I don't think he's going to be close enough to make this work as they head down into turn 1. Woo, big wiggle from Arazu. If that had let go, he would have gone right into Yasir. Though he was hanging on for dear life, Yasir was trying to pin him to the inside through 1 and effectively did that a little bit. And Arazu, that car, that was a motorcycle, that was a tank slapper, and he held on to it. All right, here we go into turn number 6. There's that lead group of 3, then that little gap back to Hoskins. And Mokaram has gone through on Kai Johnson. Oh, Kai! Talk about a big wiggle there, dropping all 4 at the exit of 6. That's going to cost him a little time. That's going to give Mokaram a little bit of breathing room here. And he's not that far off at JD. We have to see what happens here. If he can get a little bit closer, he can be starting to feel a little bit of that draft. Well, I'll tell you, Arazu is really good in the infield right now. And this time he gaps Yasir a little bit. Yasir is under attack from Popov as they come through the banking. Here we go. There's Arazu. And then Popov going to the outside of Yasir, trying to, and then just tucks right back in on Yasir. And I think that's because Popov realized if I try and force the issue down into 2, we're going to lose touch with Arazu. And white flag is out. Whew. Got ourselves a shootout here, folks. Who's going to do what? Hoskins a little bit alone, then Mokaram, then Kai, then Matan Architov. Boy, Popov all over the back of Yasir. And once again, Arazu, well, I'll tell you, through 6 and 7 and through 8 and 9, Arazu is really strong. And Beckham Yasir, he's got to find it here. He's got to. As they turn in here, it's all going to come to the exit here of 8 and 9. Yasir a little early on his turn in. Ooh, but Arazu runs wide that may have been enough. You can see him, he dropped those rights. You get too far over that curb, and you start to lose contact patch as the car bounces a little bit. Was that enough for Yasir? Problem for Yasir is Popov trying to work around him. Yasir's too far back. He's not going to get it done. Arazu's going to stretch his advantage. Yasir close. Boy, if this straight was another 50 feet longer, he may have had him. The margin, 1/10 of a second. Arazu over Yasir, Popov third. JT Hoskins fourth. McCarron, a great restart up around Kai Johnson and into fifth. Kai Johnson sixth, Bonatti into seventh, Adjective into eighth, and Isabella Abreu, I think she finished enough of the laps that she will be scored. But Yasir had the right idea, but the problem was he had to be closer at the exit of six. And Arazu was magic in that section of the track. So the points differential now goes to 6 instead of 4. And that's going to be really tough for young Beckham Yasir to overcome. But he's doing everything he possibly can. And there's going to be a podium for our Formula FARA competitors. They do that down in their compound. And we already have cars gridding up for our back-to-back sprints. We'll call it the super sprints because they're back-to-back here with that mandatory 5-minute stop. That'll be starting in about 5 minutes. I am going to take a real quick break here, and we'll be back for that in just a couple minutes. Welcome back to Homestead-Miami Speedway, everybody, as we have just completed our Formula FARA first of 2 races. And now we get into what is going to be a kind of unique thing here. And this is what I love about this championship is they listen to drivers, they talk to people, and every once in a while they go, let's try something different. And normally we have a 30-minute sprint race and then a gap because we'll have other stuff going on or high-performance driver education. They decided today in this final race of champions of the weekend to do 2 sprints back-to-back separated by a 5-minute mandatory stop. It's not an enduro. It's 2 separate races. But they decided to try something different. It all hinges on everybody understanding, and I know that our race director, Rado Bonilla, who is one of the best in the business, had a long discussion with everybody and said, when the checker flies at the end of this first sprint race, follow the leader into the pits and follow where that leader goes, assuming the leader doesn't dive into the pit box, which it could be an overall, it would probably be a prototype car that may need to refuel or retire. But the whole key is just come in, and they've told them what lane you're going to be in, and you just stop. You don't go to your pit box unless you need fuel or tires or some other type of service. But if you're going to just change drivers, clean a windshield, maybe change the tire pressure, you stay in that queue because the third sprint is based on the finishing order of sprint 2. So you're already in grid order, essentially. And then they just reset scoring, right? It's going to be fun. I think it's something different. And there's nothing wrong with different on occasion here. And I'm sorry, I'm just looking at pulling up some notes here about points so we can follow that a little bit here. It says the race of champions. We have 3 sprints today to determine the championships in the various classes of Proto and GT, Prototype and GT. Some of them are already locked, but some of them are still certainly under contest here. So let's take you through the starting lineup, and it's a big field. We've got, 4, 6, 8, 9, over 40 cars technically if everybody starts. So let's go through it. The prototypes always start up front, even though they may not have run at the very front of the pack, is just because some of the FP3 prototypes, they go through corners like you wouldn't believe, but they don't have a lot of power. And as a result, some of the more powerful GT1 cars will finish in front. But it'll be Drew Altman in the green number 11, the Radical SRX 10. That is a really quick machine. Will start up front overall. Then we will have the number 5, and that is a FP3 car. The Radical, the green Radical, is in FP1, fastest of the prototype classes. The Radical, the number 5 car, beautiful graphics on it. A beautiful blue at the front with the gold at the back. That will start second on the grid in FP3. And then we have a third car that will be starting another Radical. And then getting into our GT field, it'll be the 68 David Tuati in that Porsche. Pretty new car for David, and it is that brilliant orange with the blue highlights. Then the 27X. Oh, all right, then it'll be Adan Ramos who will be starting in the white Porsche with the blue striping. Then the green Porsche of Angel Benitez. Then it will be the duo that's battling in the GT1B category, the 87 of Mark Julian and the number 4 of Manella and Collins. Then our GT2A pole sitter, the white McLaren of Manny Gomez. Then the 67, second in GT2A of Robert Garza. Third in GT2A, the 61 of Richard Walker. Fourth in GT2A, the number 27 of Connor Cavalli. Then our GT2B pole sitter will be Roberto Della Costa in the number 17 Corvette. Then third in GT1B will be the 132 Porsche. That is Sophia Basler. Then fourth in GT1A will be the Radical. No, that can't be right. Oh, that's the Spec Racer that's out there. That is the Spec Racer. Then we will have fourth in GT1B, the beautiful Ferrari F430, the number 53 of Gary Lewis. Starting fifth in GT2A will be the 46 Blue Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani. Starting sixth in GT2A, 17th overall will be the 641 of Kurt Kropp. Starting second in GT2B, 18th overall will be the 26 of Michael Fonte. Starting third in GT2B, 19th overall will be the 31 of Hal Gould. Then starting in seventh in GT2A will be the number 172 of James Haman. Starting 21st overall, the number 8 of Sharon Al-Safadi, starting 8th in GT2A. On the GT3A pole, it will be the number 77, Rick Tamarian, Carlos Garcia, Marco Pisa. Not sure who's going to be driving that car. 4th in GT2B, 23rd overall will be the 9 of Daryl Cooney. 24th overall, the 18 of Jonathan Salerno, 2nd in G3A. Then 25th overall, number 55, Jose De Las Casas or Carlos Garcia, 3rd in GT3A. Then the number 14 will be next up, Charlton Holmes. Then starting 27th in the number 32, Carlos Villasana, 4th in GT3A. 5th in GT3A are the Thompsons, Elijah and Wayne. Don't know who will be driving, of course. In the number 23, they're starting 28th. 29th will be the 78 of Tamarian or Aldana. The 30th spot will be the 59 of either Matt or Juan Paulino. 31st spot, the 18, Patricio Franulik or Sergio Koski. Starting in the 32nd spot, the 36 of either Ari Strauss or Adam Fetterman. Starting in the 33rd spot will be the 1133 of Rosel Rosario. Then the 34th spot, the 256 Alejandro Garcia. Then the 89 of Luis Ute. 198 Ben Ars or Adrian Miner. Then the 97 of Frank Anelante. Then the 171 of Ricardo Rey. Then the 88 of Luigi Faro. Then the 6 of Wilbur and Richard Perez. Then the 177 of Yuri Colazzo. The pace cars in are prototypes. We'll be starting alone. They're coming up. We're green. And as expected, minute he goes to the throttle, Drew Altman in that very fast Radical jumps out. But here comes the GT pack. 20 jumps to the green. We're underway. Aiden Ramos on the outside. Watch for Angel Benitez to try and dive down to the inside. He's got position into turn 2. And Ramos not able to do anything with it and lets him through. So Benitez jumps to second, Ramos third. And at the same time, the Manila Collins, that incredibly gorgeous number 4, the burgundy with the checker flag pattern, jumps up into the lead in GT1B over Mark Julian. Julian, oh, super hot, too hot. He hits Ramos. I don't know what Julian thought. He was way too deep going in, couldn't get it slowed down into 2 and collected Aiden Ramos, who is second in GT1A. They might both be able to continue, but nope, full course coming out right now. Wow, that's not how you want things to go. It looks like, wow, it looks like it may have affected Angel Benitez too. Nope, he just got forced a little bit wide. Wow, what an unfortunate start to things here as we are full course caution right from the off here. And that was just wildly optimistic. I think he got in, he was way to the inside with a huge head of steam. And on the inside there, it's not the line most people brake on. So there's grip there because it's an overtaking area, but it's nothing like on the outside. And then he got squeezed to the inside as he came from a long ways back with too much speed. You're trying to turn to get away from the cars you might be affecting. Oh, we have is it 2 other cars down here at the exit of 1? We didn't see that. We were watching that incident down in 6, and we got 2 cars that are have problems down in turn 1, the chute between 1 and 2. That obviously happened back in the pack on the opening lap. Unfortunately, too far away to pick the numbers up here. Yeah, I've only been doing this 30 years. You'd think I'd remember binoculars, you know? Ah, well. Well, once timing sorts a little bit, well, you know, the cars that are way at the back, we'll know who they are. But yeah, the two cars that, you know, were ultimately involved down in turn 6, exit to 6, both drove off. So I was like, ah, well, what are, you know, why are we cautioned? Well, it's because there were 2 other cars involved that we missed, folks. Sorry about that. Watching what was going on in the front there. And the thing is, turn 1, you know, you're coming off, there's a little bit of banking. You turn down and you get that abrupt change, and doesn't look like much, but at speed, you feel it through the car. And it's very easy, thus, as you come through, to compress, release, the car gets a little loose. And you got, you know, maybe 3 cars on the start, somebody way down to the inside trying to make a jump or whatever, just speculating. And it's easy for that car to get away a little bit. So there, the first car is gone. That car was well, one, I should say the first car, but one of the 2 that had the issue down at the exit of 1 has driven off. But it's the second car. Just got a report that significant amount of smoke. And that might be Aiden Ramos, who is the one that got collected. That might be a fender that got bent and is now down on the tire as soon as he gets up at speed. So he may be an early pitter here. You hate to see that. I mean, he started second in class. Had done a great job of hanging on to that position at the start. You know, I think the other car that just got caught up in that a little bit may have been the 67 Audi. And I don't know that was Robert Garza. I don't know that he had contact. I think he may have had to do something evasive. But here comes Ramos. Just eyeballing him as he comes by start finish here. I don't see any significant, I mean, he definitely got hit. Yeah, now he's doing the bob and weave a little bit. And I think that it's the right rear quarter panel is sort of folded down on the bumper, so when he gets up any kind of speed, and especially on the load on the banking. Now they're not running the banking here. They're using it now to avoid the cleanup that's going on for the incident down in turn number, the exit of 1. That's one of the nice things is they can just say, all right, we're going to release, go around the banking, just keep those people safe and uncovered there. Love the sound of that radical. It's going to be interesting here too, because after Julian had that big lunge down the inside, while he was recovering, he only lost 1 spot ultimately, but the guy that got in front of him was Manny Gomez in that McLaren Altura. And the Porsche has a little bit more grunt than that car does, but that Altura is slippery. And on this track, when you're not running the banking, grunt outdoes slippery pretty much all the time here. So I would think Julian, once we go back to racing, should get by him clean, assuming that Julian from that contact doesn't have any damage either. And of course, clock continues to tick here while this is unfolding. All right, they've got that damaged car. They actually had to bring out one of the loaders, essentially, to get that car up and in the air. So the car is now heading back into the paddock, as are both of the remaining rescue vehicles. So we might just be able to get back to green this lap here. I don't see any lights on the pace car. Let's see, does it make the hard left into the pit lane? No. All right, another lap under caution, folks. So from this angle, it's difficult to see the lights on the pace car. It's just a small bar in the back, and with the sun angle and everything. But one is hopeful that that car will duck into the pits, and we'll still have 14 minutes of racing. And no. Oh, I wonder, there must have been some fluid down at the exit of one, because we've got the blower truck out there. So that's what the holdup has been. And you can see, can't see it from our camera angle too well, but we've got a couple of workers with the yellow, double yellows, just saying, go wide, because and stay up on the banking, because they're trying to clean that part of. Now we've got another truck coming out. Yeah, must have been some pretty significant debris down there. It's offline, but you know that people end up over there, and if it's really something very slippery, oil, gear lube, something like that, minute a race tire, a slick hits it, there's nothing home. And so you want to go over there and get that as cleaned up as possible. And it's also pit out, so if you do pit and you come accelerating out and you hit it and the car snaps sideways and there's cars coming from the banking down, or the front straight down into turn one there, that can be pretty ugly too. So just making sure that the track is as safe for competition as possible. All right, now pace car's in and we're green with 12 minutes left to go. So it's going to be 6 laps or thereabouts. Oh, David Tuati had to light up the brakes, not lock them up, but had to, I'm a half a mile away and I could see the nose dive. He had so much speed in that little prototype in front. And keep in mind, folks, sometimes the reason that the GT cars go by the prototypes really quick on a restart or on a race start is because those little prototypes are so light, it takes them a while. They've got to run a lap or two with the load to get the tires to fire up, right? And the heavier GT cars, those tires come alive quicker. And right now it's going to be interesting. Boy, Gomez is just flying in that McLaren Altura. Again, a big shout out to Juan Manuel Cardozosa from the Concours Club, who is engineering on that car. And that Palm Beach Tactical Group always puts a really stout car out there. Oh, we have a late starter, I think. That could be Teddy Alvarez in one of the Wolf Thunder chassis. All right, here comes our leader, Altman. And then Tuati, second overall, leading in GT. The number 68, then the 27, Benitez. Then Manella Collins. Oh, yeah, I think Julian, yeah, he's limping into the pits. Julian limping into the pits. Maybe not a surprise. He may have had a cut tire that he didn't realize that it was that low until he started to really get up to some speed, but he's in the pits. Wow, that changes the dynamic here. Going to look at, well, Mark Julian. Boy, I'll tell you, Julian has a 16-point lead, or had a 16-point lead coming in over Gary Young. Had a 19-point lead over Manila. And with Julian, if he's done for the day here, or done for this, and the problem with this format is if he's done for the, no, he's going heading back out. He's heading back out. But he's going to be losing some serious ground here. Manila, it's going to be looking good. That Audi of Robert Garza in GT2A, second to Gomez. So I think one of the cars that was involved in that incident in turn one was Patricio Frenulik, Sergio Koski in the 810. And it might be the 256 of Alejandro Garcia. And indeed, we got the 29 of Teddy Alvarado, who is leading the FP2 points. He's the lone guy in that class. He's got that championship wrapped up, but has made it out and is just going to go have some fun today. Take a look at some class battles here in the early running at this stage. We know it's Tuati leading in GT, second overall. In GT1A, and there he comes by start finish. Oh, big spin coming out of the last turn. And that's that Audi we were talking about of Robert Garza. There's nobody around him. He got away with it and didn't even lose a position. Just a lot of distance here. GT2A, it's Gomez and that white McLaren now leading even more comfortably over Garza in the Audi. Walker in third, a bit farther back still. Connor Cavalli in the fourth spot. Rossi and Cipriani in the Ginetta in the fifth spot. In GT2B, it's the Corvette of Dalla Costa leading over Michael Fonte and Hal Gould. Then Daryl Cooney, then Rick Tamarian, and Strauss Fetterman. GT3A, it's Jonathan Salerno leading Polino, the Polinos, Matthew or Juan, whoever is in the car. Then Garcia, Carlos Garcia, and or Jose de las Casas. GT3B, it's Fetterman over the Ben Archie, Adrian Miner car. GT4A, right now it's the 1133 of Rafael Rosario over Luigi Faro. Ricardo Ray, then the 6 of Perez, the Perezes. And Luis Canahute has dropped down another spot into 6 now, so the Moises Cadero Rafael Garcia entry is up top. Tell you what, here in the GT4A category with Isabella Abreu focusing on, she's the point leader coming in, but only by 2 points, and with her focusing on her Formula FARA debut, Faro has a real opportunity to be able to go out and win this. And we got a car, looks like one of the Formula cars, off to the right, exit of turn 8. He's moving. Just started moving. May not have been a Formula car, but it's moving. Looks like it's rejoined. We're thinking maybe it's Teddy Alvarado. Well, we were focusing on some of the other classes, trying to look at some point strategies. I think we may have had a change for the G lead. I think it is the 27X of Angel Benitez who has gone around Tuati. I don't know what may have caused that. I apologize. Yeah, he's in front of Tuati right now. Benitez's quickest lap, 4/10 quicker than Tuati right now. And Angel Benitez, make no mistake, that is one fast drive. I had the pleasure of announcing him for a couple of years when he was running in what has now become the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And he was an absolute front runner against some serious talent. So not a surprise to see him up at the sharp end here. And I think for both of these guys, for both Benitez and Tuati, these are relatively new cars. And right now Benitez heading down into turn 6. A lot of traffic, and that you're going to be dealing with that all day. And Benitez catches them right there, and there comes Tuati. Easy to see that bright orange Porsche And Benitez, he needs to clear these two cars in a hurry here, or Tuati's going to be running right back on him. Benitez powers by both of them. Then you got another big scrum of lap cars that they're going to be coming up to. And Tuati just gets through on him. That was an aggressive move by Tuati to clear those two lap cars and make sure he didn't get held up in that crucial run out of turn 8. Well done by Tuati. Michael Manella comfortably leading in the GT1B category right now. Ooh, Tuati all over the back of Benitez as he got slowed up by a couple of lap cars through that 13, 14, 15. And it showed in his lap time as he got held up a little bit, and Tuati is there now as they come through 3, 4. There you see the tail end of Tuati as they disappear on the run up to turn 6. Keep an eye here. Another bit of traffic. They both clear that comfortably. And as they roll out of frame here, you can see that car with the headlights on it was down to the inside. That's Manella, the Manella Collins car. And they're pretty much on their own here. But here we go. White flag was out. Here we go. Leaders, sprint 1. Drew Altman, overall lead in the FARA Prototype 1 class. Checker flies. Rest of the field coming through here. Oh, run right at the line. Got him, the number 14. A nice run coming through here. And here's that battle for the lead, the win in GT1A. And it is Benitez able to open it up a little bit on Tuati once again. And here comes Michael Manella. And this is going to be big for Manella with Julian's issues. That's going to be big in terms of this championship chase. Gomez, boy, this is big for Manila because Baszler ends up second and Gary Young ends up in the 3rd spot. In the Ferrari, but with Julian finishing way back and Manila winning by 2 spots over Young. They were separated by only 2 points. Now remember in this, you're awarded simply position points in these sprints, and then at the end of the weekend, you tally those position points, 10 for a win, 9 for second, 8 for third. You tally those 4, and the highest score in the class of those 4 points get the event win points, right? So we're still battling for 25 points here. We're just taking 4 races to determine who gets that for the 25 for the win. But that is going to go a long way for Manella because he and Julian, were running really good in that first sprint race. Julian's going to be way down the order in this one. Okay. We just wanted to get an update here. We just were confirmed that the Benitez in the car here was Benitez Sr., who's a pretty good shoe in his own right here. Junior's wicked quick, and so he was the one being the good son, saying, no, that's Papa. Papa gave it a heck of a ride out there. So well done. So here we go. We're essentially watching here for the cars to come down and queue. You can see where the pace car is sitting. Oh. I just got reported that Benitez is going to the paddock. Tuati stops, and they're doing tires. So he's going to go to the back. This crew, the TLM crew, that's Tuati Lira Motorsports, they are really, really sharp. They do endurance racing, so they're used to quick tire changes and the like. But here, if you leave this queue, you go to the back of the whole thing. So and once again, as is always the case, the way this works, if you're in a prototype car, you will regroup and go to the front. We have a crew member for our overall winner in that Radical at the back of that car, laying on the ground, looking at something there. Hopefully it's nothing serious. Let's look at GT2A here. So it's Rossi Cipriani, then James Hamann. And Rossi Cipriani finished in front of Hamann. And Philippe Rezic, who is not running. Manny Gomez, who won the class comfortably, but he started in this class late in the season. He sort of switched over. As Manny has the GT2B championship locked up here. So Della Costa is fighting to hang on to second over Daryl Cooney. And in GT3A, Salerno winning over Carlos Villasana. The Thompsons, then Rick Tamarian. And Tamarian second to Marco Pisa. When I think the 77, that's the Tamarian Carlos Garcia Marco Pisa car, may have been that other one involved down at turn one. So Pisa in that car gets nothing at this stage because they didn't complete enough of the race to gain a finish. So Tamarian got an outside shot at this championship. Problem is, Jonathan Salerno is tied with Tamarian, and he won that and finished 3 spots in front of Tamarian. So Tamarian's got an outside shot, but right now Salerno has an even better shot, possibly. Looking at GT3B. Fetterman and the Ben Archie Adrian Miner car. Zoltan Wallace leads that. Grenobles was second. So there's an outside shot that Archie and Miner could displace Zoltan Wallace from the championship. Zoltan only ran 2 rounds, but he ran the 4 races at the Miami GP here. Then he went to Sebring for the Memorial 300, qualified on pole 1. The first race, and then was done. Something happened. So that's going to be interesting to see how that is out here. And then in GT4A, Rafael Rosario won that race. He is not a regular in the class. Isabella Abreu is not racing, focusing on Formula FARA, and Luigi Faro finished second, which would... So Luigi Faro might just be in a place to lock this championship down here, because he had a good finish in the first sprint as well. And once again, Roberto Della Costa's car, the bonnet is up, hood is up, the rear trunk lid is up. They're just giving that a thorough once over here. But again, you know, if you see that line of cars there, folks, closest to the outer pit wall, if you're parked there, all you can do is change driver, clean the windshield, do some tire pressure. That's really it. And if you decide to do more than that, you got to leave that queue and give up your spot. So as you can imagine, they're fairly loath to do that. Just checking a couple of things here. There it is. All right, pace car is underway. Just that quick, off we go. And again, 25 minutes. After this, we have a couple of Super Lap Series sessions to wrap up their battle for the belts here in the Race of Champions weekend. And then lunch. And after lunch, Pro Spec Miata grid walk, and then the feature race, as they call it. This is the second of the races. It's going to be tough to top that first one. Then we have Formula FARA Race 2, and then we have the prototypes and GT Sprint 4 to wrap up the on-track competition scheduled to start around 3:20. 30-minute race. Then we have a couple of HPDE sessions, but that will be, well, we have our trophy presentation for the GT Sprints and Prototype. Early finish here, perhaps, for the Race of Champions. And there is the number 810 of Frenulik et al. That thing, I love the look of it because it's a TLM, that's Tuatulira Motorsports entered car. And there are graphics from, I think it's sort of carrying the history of TLM. You look at that car, there are graphics and colors on that car from everything that I think TLM has ever entered. And then it also has that bright light bar at the front, which makes it look like a rally car from back in the day. It's pretty cool. That was, I think, Trish Shields' brainstorm, who is the sort of go-to person that manages TLM. Also plays a pretty big role in FARA as well. So big thank you to Trish. And she designs up pretty cool looking car. Pace car at a crawl right now on the back straight. Part of it is to let as much of this big field that is the back guys. Oh, we got a car in the grass off of 8. Far right side. Yeah, there it is. You can just barely see it. It's one of our GT cars. Just pulled off and stopped. And that is going to probably prevent a start here, folks. Oh, now he's moving. Maybe not. Maybe we'll be able to do this. And if you wonder why on the starts they use the banking, it's just so much because of how serpentine 13, 14, 15 is. It's just so much better to get the cars lined up and use the banking. And it's a single file start, and it's Salerno, and the Oh No championship contender has gone to the far back. We're green. But I'll tell you what, that number 5 prototype car, it takes forever to get spooled up once the green comes out. So that Ligier chassis has no oomph in it at all. That's talk about a momentum car. But as you would expect, Drew Altman has just said, see ya, and is flying out there right from the off. And I just want to reiterate to everybody, as I'm talking about points relative to where they're finishing here, it's not like, as I said, it's not like if you win the Sprint 2, those points go to your championship. It's not. It isn't until that last sprint race is done, and then they tally your individual finishing position points, and then the highest total of those finishing. So if it's 10 points to win, so if you win all 4 sprints, that's 40 points. Nobody's going to top that. So then you would win the event, which is worth 25 points. I know it's a little confusing, but it's a way to kind of, if you have one off event in the sprints and then you have 3 really good races, you can still have a good opportunity in the season championship. Here we go. And right now behind Altman, it's Michael Manella in that car again. In this light right now, that car is spectacularly gorgeous. Who is leading the GT group. Then it's the Michael Fonte car in the GT2B entry, the 26 next. Then the number 14 of Charlton Holmes. Aiden Ramos. Opportunity for him to get back into this ball here. Ooh, big off there by the the Ginetta of Cipriani. Or Rossi. Now, again, we don't know who's driving these cars when there's dual entries in it. Some, it's the dual entry is just for the enduro, and then there's one driver that just drives the car. Oh, Gary Lewis in that Ferrari. I don't know what was going on there. He just left, drove wide around the turn 6 apex, and just let a stream of cars through. So I don't know if that's mechanical or what. So with the stops, wow, a ton of smoke there. I think that's one of our Honda Wars cars who's actually running in what is called GT4A with a pretty good plume of smoke. Don't know now if that's, again, bodywork rubbing on a tire or if that is more serious. Not that bodywork slicing through a tire isn't serious, but we have to keep an eye on that here. Again, going back to our class right now, Michael Manella, the Manella Collins number 4, leading over the 14 of Charlton Holmes, then Lewis, then Baszler, and Mark Julian not taking the start. That is a huge development in the points, potentially, folks. For Julian not to be out there. He had a nice lead coming in, but not a lot. And Manila is just clocking the runs here right now, so could have a big effect on this championship. Ramos right now, after getting unceremoniously sort of dumped because of the pit stops for both Tuati and Benitez, Ramos now has about a 6-second lead over Tuati. Tuati's mired in some traffic, so his lap times right now aren't that great. Car that was smoking just pulled into the pit and pulled off track. And see if Tuati's lap time improved. It did. He went from a 1.3, now he's cleared traffic, to a 1:29.7. Benitez not running, so that's interesting. Gomez at the front in the McLaren over the Audi of Garza. Then Sharon Savati doing a really nice job, sitting third in that class right now over in the number 8 over the 61 of Walker, and then Connor Cavalli in the number 27. In GT2B, it's the 26 and Michael Fonte leading over the 31 of Hal Gould. And the 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa. Remember, they had the bonnet, the hood, the trunk deck, everything up on that Corvette. So must be dealing with some sort of an issue here, and he's off the pace compared to what we know he can run. In GT3A, it is the Thompsons, whoever's in that number 23, leading over the Tamarian Arturo Aldana car, the 78. Salerno, who stopped for a moment there at the outside of 8, has picked the pace up and has been able to at least get up into the top 3. And of course, he's one of the drivers who's got a championship chance here. I'll tell you, that Audi of Walker, when it goes by, that is just a gorgeous sound out of that. Garza, I mean, the number 67. What a sweet bit of kit that is. Good battle involving our championship leader in GT2A, Rossi and Cipriani, feeling the heat from James Hamann. And Hamann is well placed in the championship, but where he's running right now, it's not going to get it done for him. He's second coming in, but if he finishes behind Rossi Cipriani and nobody in front, and there's a couple people in front, but they're just stealing points, honestly, that Hamann needed. Okay, I'm intrigued here looking at the GT1A battle now. Ramos just came through at a 1:30, his best lap at a 1:30 flat, literally 0.00. Tuati came through at a 1:30.02. Wow. That is, talk about running in lockstep here. Just to remind everybody, the 61, who's out there fourth in the GT2A category, Richard Walker, that is a Porsche, as is the number 8 of Sharon Al-Safadi. She's doing a really, really nice job. Podium run going right now. Not sure what happened on that last lap. Connor Cavalli had a little bit of an issue somewhere in the 27 and has dropped from 5th to 7th, with the Rossi Cipriani Ginetta up into 5th, and Hamann still only a half-second back in 6th. They're heading down into turn number 6 right now. And stay on that. There's that blue Ginetta just coming into view. Right behind is Hamann in the Porsche. And that is a battle for 5th, one of the better battles on the track right now. Here they come. Well, Hamann's right there. He just cannot quite figure out a way to get through on them at this stage. And in GT3A, and that's one of the classes where there's a real potential for the points battle here. And the Tamarian Garcia Pisa car was not able to take the start. Marco Pisa leading that category. Tamarian and Salerno tied at 71 points. And I think Pisa is still going to be a lock on the championship. It's close, but I think he'll get it. But Tamarian and Salerno came in tied. And remember, Salerno finishing in front of Tamarian and Aldana in the previous race. Now, because of that little problem Salerno had when he had to stop at the exit of 8 for a minute, that has let Tamarian through. Although it's only a 6-second difference, but they're running really, a 3-second difference, but they're running really close lap times here. Della Costa there in that Corvette and the Ferrari of Young side by side through turn number 8. You can see how twisty and busy as Altman in that super quick Radical coming up behind James Hamann, who got through on the Ginetta. Hamann was able to make the pass. But you can see how that, you come off of the banking, and they call it turn 10, and it's barely a turn. It's a bend. And then that's where it starts to get really interesting over there, because it gets really serpentine. For that final sequence of corners, 10 is nothing really. 11 is a high-speed flat run, but you're still sort of straightening out from that when you got to get on the brakes for 12, which is really tight. That's the corner in the background. You just see the cars come out from behind the barriers and the fence. That's turn 12. It's tight, and then you've got to somehow exit 12, get over as far as you can to then try and turn in for 13, 14, and then this last turn is another almost non-corner of 15. But if you really go fast through 12 and you're way over to driver's right, then you're compromising your entry into 13, which changes your entry into 14. And and this is where we talk about in racing, you've got to be thinking corners ahead, because sometimes, you're carrying a lot of speed into 12, like too much there as he ran wide, carry a lot of speed into 12. And is it worth it to just drive straight, really slow down for the turn to 13 and be slow out of 14 onto that long run down into turn 1? Or do you want to compromise your exit at 12 a little bit so you can swing back and now arc, open that entry to give you a better angle through 14? Some of it's preference, car setup, distance is also part of it. What is the distance you want to be running here? And David Tuati, he has trimmed that margin down in the battle for the lead in GT1A, that last lap. Now remember, he's got nice tires. He did a tire change on that car, and he uncorked a 128.9. And he's all over, coming out of turn number 3. Battle for the lead in GT1A. Ramos on the inside, protecting. Tuati swinging wide. That may have cost him momentum here. He got a little too wide. Ramos has the nose ahead, and Ramos can use this lap car as a pick and does so. But now Tuati just dives to the inside. Ramos cuts across, tries to shut the door, but runs wide, and Tuati is through. New leader in GT1A, and Tuati lit the fuse for 2 laps, ran Ramos down, and then I thought Ramos had used that car as a pick beautifully, but then Tuati just straight line to the apex, late lunge on the brakes, he's through. Manella in GT1B, comfortable lead right now. Charlton Holmes way back. Manella 4th overall, Charlton Holmes in 8th. So Manella's got that covered. Manny Gomez leading in GT2A over the Audi of Garza by about 7 seconds. But Sharon Al-Safadi in GT2A, she's putting some laps in here and has closed down on Garza. She's less than 2 seconds back now. And Richard Walker and his number 61 Porsche is putting in some nice laps as well. GT2B still being led by Michael Fonte, the number 26, by about 4 seconds. Back to Hal Gould in the number 31. James Hammond has also gone around Connor Cavalli in the GT2A category, so he went by, and Rossi and Cipriani also got Cavalli here, so he's on the move. And Roberto Dalla Costa in GT2B. Yeah, something's not quite there. It should be, we normally see him a lot farther up the order here. And we are into our final 8 minutes. That was an interesting little scrap. That was, I think Connor Cavalli has gone around on Cipriani here. Yep. You can see that Ginetta down the front straight was being very dissuasive as that Porsche came up the inside, was kind of leaning and pressuring a little bit. And Cavalli just had none of it, stayed tight. And there, watch for them now into 6th. There they are. And you can see, even as dissuasive as the pilot of that Ginetta was, position wins out. Then there is our new leader in GT1A and overall in the GT field. But I'll tell you what, Duati, once he got through on Ramos, and I think it's just fresh tires. Remember, he put those fresh tires on, and Ramos had that problem early. I don't know if they changed all tires or just maybe the one tire on that right rear corner, but 4 new meats on that beautiful orange and deep blue Porsche 992 has got Tuati a sweet handling machine right now, no question about that. Tell you what though, the Ginetta, even though Cavalli got by, that Ginetta is fighting tough right now. Here they come. See, Tuati's going to get both of them. That Ginetta has glommed onto the back of Cavalli here. They're going to be coming into view in just a minute. There you see Tuati putting them a lap down. Then Cavalli got through, but that Ginetta is right there. And the longer the race goes, in theory, the better that Ginetta should be in terms of tire grip because it's so light. And this track, I've talked about it every time we come here, brutal on tires, the infield section. Doesn't get used that much. Oh, and a nice move there. I thought the Ginetta had the angle and was going to make the move coming out of 6. Couldn't quite get it done. Look at this scrum now that they're coming up on. Tawadi's going to get bound up in it for a little bit, but Ramos just losing ground. Ramos gets through on that battle for 5th between Cipriani and Cavalli in GT2A. Time left. 5 to go. 5 to go here in sprint 3 of 4. Up onto the banking now comes down the front straight goes Tuati. Oh, and the Ginetta getting around on Cavalli. What a scrap these two have here. And exactly where you think that Ginetta would do it in the really twisty bits. Use the grip, I think, down into 12. The grip that car is going to have late here. Maybe made the pass into 12 and then really agile through 13, 14. But now Cipriani bottled up behind a car from a slightly slower class. But I don't know it's Cipriani, it could be Rossi, but and defending big time now as Cavalli got a little bit better run and has a better motor in that Porsche. Oh, Cavalli tried to counterpunch coming through 6. Tried to pinch it and go to the throttle, and the back end stepped out, and a big mistake there. Just trying to be a little too aggressive on worn tires, and of course, that Ginetta is so agile that it gave that Ginetta for the first time 3 or 4 car lengths, but then the Ginetta turns in a little too early for 8, runs wide, and this is where the Porsche can use a little bit more oomph as it heads down into the non-existent turn 9. Couldn't make up any ground, and this is where the Ginetta under braking is so good. It looks like the Ferrari of Young late in the race might be making a move to the pits. Yep. Looking for our green prototype here. Altman has just sort of been out on his own. White flag is out. Altman coming by, start finish. Second overall, David Tuati is in that straight between 7 and 8 right now. So that's the lead that Altman has been able to put together here. Again, that's just for the overall running, about as different type of car as you can get. But Altman, the pace that thing has is really extraordinary. I mean, he just ran his fastest lap on the second of the last lap at 25.9. So that radical. Light, lots of downforce. You can see it just diving through some traffic there in turn 6. Now whistling through 7. Actually more of a scream than a whistle from that car. Heading down into turn 8. There he is. Last time through 8. Just continuing the exit 8 essentially is turn 9. Up onto the banking. Firing it down into turn 10, 11, and now hard on the brakes into 12. Shoots through on another lap car. There he comes. Turns in, flicks through 14. Altman onto the front straight. Comes through and grabs another win overall. Great run by Altman. Tuati heading out of turn 7 right now. Would be next in the overall run. And Ramos doing everything he can, just cannot match speed right now with Tuati late. And again, that's having the opportunity, the time, the confidence in yourself and your crew to do a full tire change and think you can, okay, I can auger back up through this pack here. So, watching for Tuati as the rest of the field coming through, picking up the checkers here. Tuati coming through the final corner right now. There he is, onto the front straight, finishing second overall, winning in GT1A. Comes down, gives that TLM crew a big wave. Sophia Basler hustles through. A little bit farther down, here comes Ramos, second in GT1A. I think here comes Jose de las Casas, finishing fourth in the GT3A category. Tamarian ends up in sixth, Salerno in second. Big points implications there in that category. Looking at other classes where we've got a championship that's still in play here. I don't know what happened to Bruhat and Haub. They were here yesterday, ran the first sprint, and are done. Were they involved in an incident, do you remember? Or did they just have a breakage? I don't recall, but anyway, they've got the championship locked up in that category. The other one here, and that is GT1B, and Michael Manello, Bart Collins getting the win. Charlton Holmes second, Sophia Basler third, and Gary Young fourth and pitted with a couple of laps to go. And with Mark Julian not able to finish the second sprint, not run the third sprint here, Michael Manella suddenly looking maybe really good for that championship. Wow. So, interesting to see now after this new concept of sprint 2, 5-minute break, sprint 3, how the teams like that, didn't like that. And that's one of the nice things about FARA is they will listen in, talk to the drivers and teams, go, what'd you think? You know, how do you think that worked out, etc. So that wraps up our coverage of the on-track competitive racing here at Homestead-Miami Speedway in this race of champions. And I'm just talking before lunch because we still have the Pro Spec Miata feature, the second Formula FARA race, and the fourth and final sprint of the season for the prototypes in GT. But now we have some Super Lap Series and our lunch break. So on our stream, courtesy of DriversEye Live, going to take a little bit of a break here. As you can see on the screen, we'll be back with you for the Pro Spec Miata race. That's scheduled to start at about 1:40. Might come back 5 minutes early to sort of go through the grid and set the stage. It is going to be an epic finale to the first ever full season of Pro Spec Miata. It has been extraordinary, and it's going to finish strong, so you're not going to want to miss that. So we'll see you back here. Be ready about 1:30, folks. We'll come back and set the stage, but all of our viewers out there, be ready to around 1:30. That, of course, is Eastern time. Local time here, and an absolutely beautiful day at Homestead-Miami Speedway. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everybody, here on our stream, courtesy of DriversEye Live, here at the Race of Champions, the season finale for the Formula and Auto Racing Association, or FARA. After an absolutely compelling year in all of the categories, we are on our final day of racing. It is the Race of Champions event. Champions will be decided. As you can see, next out on track is Pro Spec Miata. The grid walk is wrapping up. Just want to remind everybody once again to clear the grid. And now it's time for my favorite command at every motorsports event. Drivers, to your cars. Drivers, to your cars. There you can see, covering some of the activity, the front of the grid. You see Noah Harmon sitting up there right at the sharp end of things. And what we need to do is just give you a little bit of a rundown. Obviously, this is championship time for all of our competitors here that are getting ready to go after it. And the thing is, they will still start from the same starting lineup. And Noah Harmon will thus start up at the front. There you can see that beautiful gold or bronze livery with the black. Really an eye-catching machine, to be sure. And Noah, really, really fast, comes in here with an opportunity to do something serious in this championship. As the event started, when they came in here, he was a short 25 points adrift of leader Frankie Barroso. Todd Burris, second in the points, was 10 points shy of Barroso, right? And after the first race that unfolded for points racing, we just should make clear that shootout race yesterday did not include that. Nathan Nicholson came across with the win. He's not a player in the championship. Todd Burris finished just in front of Frankie Barroso. Not enough to make a huge dent. It closed that margin up by a couple of points. And Noah Harmon ended up fourth. In that race, the number of cars that led at various points of that race was just amazing. The top six were covered by 0.6 of a second. And the margins, Nicholson just got a great last lap when Burris and Barroso and Harmon got to battling. So Nicholson got the win. Burris ended up 0.3 back, but then Barroso was only 66 1,000ths off of Burris. Harmon was only a 10th off of that. Rob Bailey was only 57 1,000ths off of that. I mean, it's been this close in that first race. So Burris closed up that championship a little bit, but not enough. And I had said before that first race that if Barroso can finish both of these races right behind Burris, he'll probably have that championship. And then Noah Harmon needed to be in front of both of those guys and could only muster a fourth. So right now, the championship, it would be Barroso's to lose. Let's put it that way. But let's now get back to that starting lineup. Your front row will be the number 99 of Noah Harmon in that absolutely stunning car out there. Second will be the black number 97 of Nathan Nicholson, winner of that first race, as you're getting a look at some of the cars in the field. Third will be the number 46 of Chris Clark, who had a problem early in the race earlier today, came back out and fought his way up to a relatively impressive finish, considering he was well down the order. Starting fourth will be Todd Burris, who is second in the points. Starting fifth, once again, will be Frankie Barroso in that number 48, who is your points leader. Burris in the orange 56. Starting sixth, the blue number 74 of Rob Bailey. Starting seventh, the black 143 of Stuart McAleer. Eighth, the white number 156 of Jose de las Casas. Ninth, the 169 of Mike Leo. And 10th will be the number 20 of Mike Hishme. Starting 11th will be the 62 of Brandon Gardner. Starting 12th will be the 23 of Gino Angela. Starting 13th will be the 17 of Kalen Kinley, the young teenager who is being so impressive this year. Starting 14th, the number 97 of Frank Analante. And rounding out the field of 15 will be Andrew Perez. And here you can see there's that 17 we were talking about of young Kalen Kinley. That car with the yellow number and the red roof. And she's very young. I mean, barely a teenager. and has been doing a really nice job this year. And it's just great to see her out there. Once again, we've got Brandon Gardner right in that spot as well. Frank Anelante in that white 97. And there you can see all of them on that window stripe bearing the Mission Foods logo. Mission has really jumped on board in supporting this Pro Spec Miata Championship. Here's the 92 of Andrew Perez, the red car with the big white Mazda affixed to the front. There's the 97 of Frank Anelante. There's Kalen moving up the order. Quick glimpse there at the number 20. There's the 156 of Jose de las Casas. And that red 48 that we just saw, that is your points leader. Just barely in frame there on the left. And they are ready to go here for this final race of the inaugural season of Pro Spec Miata. And the field is underway as the pace and parade lap has begun. Now remember, the Pro Spec Miatas, if you've been watching here throughout the weekend, they will be running the banking in what is essentially NASCAR or a Speedway 3 and 4. So instead of making the turn down back into the infield at turn 10, off of the back straight, they just carry around the banking. What that does is provides them with a massive opportunity for drafting. And in that first race earlier today, the packs of cars that were teaming up, that lead pack of 4 to 5 cars was just outstanding in that race. And Rob Bailey and the 143 of Stuart McAleer, he had an incredible battle for 5th. And then as that lead group of 4 started to, who had broken away a little bit, as soon as they started dicing in those last couple of laps, suddenly Bailey and McAleer were coming after him. And as I said, Chris Clark, who qualified 3rd, really good qualifying, at the start of that race earlier today, had to go to the pits, came back out, and augured his way back up into 7th. That was really just an amazing drive. The man's got skills, no question about that. Field working their way through. This is that tricky turn 6 and 7. 6, great opportunity for an overtake. But once again, turn 7 opens up a little bit, so it's like an increasing radius exit. So it's easy to get a little bit anxious and just over speed into the entry point, and then you're really struggling on the exit. That's a very much a slow in, fast out corner, as is turn 8 here. And in this configuration of track, turn 8, most important corner of the track by far. Because once you exit 8, you are absolutely flat chat all the way down the backstretch, all the way through the turn 3 and 4 banking, all the way down the front straight until you get to turn 1. So it's basically you're launching onto a massively long straight here. And these cars, by design, they're Miatas. They don't have a lot of power for their weight, but they handle incredibly well. And so they punch a big hole in the air without a lot of power. So drafting, and you're going to see bump drafting extraordinaire here, where the car behind will gain that speed in that draft and doesn't avoid trying to tap the car in front. They welcome it, actually, the car in front, because it gives them a little bit of push. How anxious are they to go racing? Look how close they were to the back of the pace car as they came out. They want to go and wrap this season up here. Here we go, final race, we're green! And it is Harmon, but Nicholson, really good start from the outside, diving down Burris, trying to make something happen from his 4th starting spot down to the inside. That's into turn 2. That really tight corner so far. Everybody good through there. And Harmon is going to come out with the lead. And Nicholson, oh, what a surprise move by Nicholson. As Harmon thought he had it covered and swung out to set up for 4, Nicholson dove to the apex, and that's going to give him the inside as we get down here into turn number 6, into the shadow. Nicholson's got position, This early in the race, how hard does Harmon fight? Not much. He just said, that'll work. I'll tuck in behind you. You want to lead right now? Go for it. And a good start as well for Rob Bailey, sticking right up at the sharp end of things. And now into turn 8, so crucial here. I think, is that Burris making a big lunge? He understands the mission here. Ooh, and Barroso looks like he's dropped back quite a bit, but now he dives to the inside to 3 abreast at the exit of turn 8 and 9. And look at the battle that's heading into turn 3 on the banking right now. Nicholson, and I think that's Burris. It's either Burris or Clark. Have had a little bit of a break. Then there's a second battle there with either Burris or Clark and Harmon. Here we go to the line. That's Burris shoving Nicholson for all he's worth right now down the front straight. And Frankie Barroso, when he tried that inside line to go 3 abreast, he was so pinched on the exit of 8. In other words, that had to tighten his exit up that he couldn't get to the throttle as soon as he would have wanted. Oh, and a big spin. That was the 62 and a great save. Oh, somebody else behind as well. I think that was in reaction maybe to that first spin. A little bit further back in the park. Not sure who's driving that 62. Don't have that on the entry list right now, but here's that group up front heading through turn 6. And Chris Clark now getting a little run. Cleared the blue 74 of Bailey as they're heading down into turn 8 now. Still the black 97X of Nicholson out front, then Burris, then Clark, then Bailey, the blue car there. Harmon, Stuart McAleer in that black car with the maroon roof, and points leader Frankie Barroso right now back in 7th. And that was all because when he cut down to go 3 abreast down there, it didn't work. And look at this, Chris Clark has come up behind Burris right now as they head into NASCAR 3, into Speedway 3, and has shoved Burris right past Nicholson and gone with them. So the 2 orange Miatas now are doing their own thing. Behind them, Noah Harmon giving the blue car Bailey a big shove. And just that quick, how about that? Nathan Nicholson in half a lap went from the lead to 2nd to 5th. Here they go into that really tricky. Ooh, and look at that. McAleer down to the inside. Oh, and they go way wide. And Nicholson, that car was dancing. He was out there in the marbles, but made it work, held on to it. He so easily could have looped it back there. I think the second car that spun over there was the 66 of Yuri Kalazos. I'm not sure. But Bailey having a great run here. Now sits up in that 3rd spot. And again, keep in mind, the 2 guys right now that are really trying to do something in this championship is the lead car, the 56 of Burris, in the red car, that is now 5th. Burris closed that up a little bit in that first race. Not a ton, mind you. He made up 2 points in that first race. So the margin is 8 now. Oh, Bailey getting a big push, diving down into turn 1. He's by on Clark. I think that's Noah Hartman. He's going to go with him. Yep. So, and Barroso trying to get underneath Clark as well. Clark's going to try. He could not hang on there. He had to give it up. So Barroso now is sitting in 4th. Fourth is 19 points. So that's 6 points differential. That right now would leave Burris, by my math, and believe me, my math is very sketchy. That's why I'm an announcer. But if my math is right, and I'm not accounting for pole points and that sort of thing here, which Harmon got. So right now, if they finished as they are, I believe it would be Barroso's championship by 2 points. And the old adage here, particularly with this configuration of track, is the last place you want to be starting the final lap is in the lead. Unless you've got somebody like a Rob Bailey who is out of the championship that's willing to push you for all you're worth and try and break that toe. Oftentimes there's an adage in Spec Miata racing, if you want to win, you need a buddy. Somebody is willing to help, and Bailey doing a nice job of that. Harmon trying to haul the number 48 to Barroso up to the front as well. Yeah. Burris really wants Mr. Bailey in that blue 74 to give him a help. Now Bailey's got Harmon closing up, and they're easing away from Barroso. Just to build a little drama here, if by some chance Burris wins and Barroso ends up 5th, it would be a tie in the points, and Barroso would end up finishing 2nd in the championship to Burris, because the first tiebreaker is wins, and Burris has a couple more than Barroso. Look at this scrum heading out of turn 9. They're already side by side before they ever get up on the banking. Chris Clark, who was so quick early, has dropped back to a distant 7th behind Stuart McAleer. Look at the group coming through the banking here. Still Burris, Bailey down to the inside, Barroso up on the outside, way high, following Harmon here. I think he got a little bit too high up, and he's going to lose a little bit of ground as a result. He had used in that first race, if you didn't join us, he had used a wide run into the final turn up on the banking, and then turned down using the banking to drop down and even build more speed, and use that to great effect early in the race. This time I think he got a little too high and got up where suddenly the grip starts to go away. Right now, folks, we have 7 cars covered by the proverbial blanket. It is that close. I mean, from Frankie Barroso to Nathan Nicholson, 0.7 of a second on the track right now. That is extraordinary. They are all now exiting turn number 7. What's going to happen here into 8? We got lots of race time yet to go here. I know that says, I think, 34 minutes, but I think it's actually 20 minutes. Oh, big wide run. That was Barroso. He is going to drop all the way to the back of that queue into 7th. This is massive for the championship with Burris leading, folks. And now it's Nathan Nicholson, who's worked his way back up into 2nd and is on Burris's bumper. Then Bailey in 3rd, then Harmon, then McAleer, then Clark, then Barroso. Oh, look at this. This is bordering on breakaway stuff here. Love hearing those. And remember, folks, there's no paddle shift. There's not even synchronized boxes here. This is how racing should still be, in my opinion. With a 5-gear shift lever, heel and toe. The motorsports ballet, as I've always called it. heel and toeing to get your downshifts right as you're trail braking and trailing off the brake into a corner. Just extraordinary. That's what racing, the magic, the art of motorsports is in my mind, and these guys do it incredibly well. And again, Bailey got around on Nicholson. Maybe had enough of a run to try something here into turn number 8 on Burris. Clark's making a big lunge down to the inside in that second orange car. And that's going to bottle up the guys behind him a little bit. Barroso trying to take advantage and at least make up one spot. And he can't. Again, because McAleer covered and didn't let him through. But Burris now has slipped to third. It's Rob Bailey to the front, Nicholson into second, Burris now third. That would still potentially be enough with Barroso in seventh for him to maybe get this. And the thing for him, of course, is, you know, how much risk do you do here? You're in a championship battle. At what point do you know, because one wrong move and you can lose a lot of spots. One really wrong move and you can end up broken. But Burris, he's not going to go, oh, he just gave Bailey a thump of a bump draft there, trying to push Bailey forward and let him come along as well. Nicholson fighting on the inside as they go through 7, that black car. And boy, did he get a run out of there. He's going to take a run at Bailey. And I'm not sure how much Burris likes this because Harmon now is also going to have an opportunity. Burris slides down the inside of Nicholson as they come in. Look at in the back, Barroso has made up one spot on Clark. So it's the blue car, Bailey leading, Burris on that orange, the lead orange car in second. And did he get enough of a run to stave off Nicholson on the outside? No. Nicholson puts a nose ahead, but now Burris starting to feel the draft, the toe from Bailey. Boom! Gives him a little bit of a bump draft into 3. Harmon slides through and picks up third. This is just fascinating, this exchange here. Now Burris, with a little help from Harmon, down to the inside, down the front straight. You can see Barroso way up high there. Burris dives down. Barroso, what a move. He just cut down and went from 6th to 4th, I think. Oh, big off almost by Bailey. Completely off at the exit of turn 2. That's going to drop him back in the pack. Oh, and he makes a late lunge trying to stay in position. He may have got into the side of Nicholson there. Nicholson completely off the track at 5. What has that done? That has allowed Burris and Harmon now to build a little bit of a gap, and you know they're looking in their mirrors going, okay, smooth, let's go. Stuart McAleer would be next up, but he's a good 5 car lengths back right now. And it's Barroso, so he's doing what he needs to do. He's fought his way back up into 4th. Bailey with that off has dropped to 6th. And then Nicholson and Clark, because of that off and the fight back by Bailey down into turn 4. Oh, Clark off at the exit of turn 8. And Harmon now goes to the lead. Burris gonna tuck him behind him. McAleer third. Oh, and Barroso gonna try that high move. If he gets enough of a run, he'll just stick to the outside. If he doesn't, he'll cut down. But his buddy there, that was Rob Bailey in that blue number 74 that just pushed Frankie Barroso around the outside and into 3rd. And then Barroso thought about diving down to the inside of Burris as they got to turn 1, but realized if he did that, it could end in tears for everybody, and including the 4 guys behind him that probably would have piled into him. So right now, Barroso has fought his way back up into a championship winning position. And we're 13 to go at this stage. Lots of racing yet to unfold. Bailey has shown a willingness to certainly, and he's not in the championship hunt. Let's keep that very clear here. I mean, he'd have to have won both races here, and he had a tough race in the first race. So I'm sure there have been some deals made in the paddock about, I'll do what I can to help you. And somebody else will, all right, well, I'll do what I can to help you and keep this championship alive here. And right now, Harmon has Burris right on him through the banking. Barroso a car length back in third, about 3 car lengths back to McAleer as they come out of the banking here. And then Bailey has slipped out of the 5th spot. Then the big gap back to Nicholson, and then farther back to Clark. Look at him kind of fending a little bit here going in to turn 1. Drop now down through the gears into turn 2. Don't overshoot the entry and run wide. Everybody looked good that time. And now here we go. Harmon, Burris, points leader Barroso, McAleer, and Bailey, your top 5. And Nicholson starting to fight back into it just a little bit here. Tell you what, Harmon is really strong in 3, 4, 5. He gets him out of 5 where he actually makes up 2, 3 car lengths, which one staves off any attempt at a pass going into 6. And now Barroso is going to be attacking on Burris. I was going to say, I don't think he'd try a move, but he moved over it as if he was, and Burris, he didn't bite at all. I think he was hoping Burris would move to the inside to cover a little bit, and then Barroso pops to the outside and gets a better exit through 8. Burris didn't bite on that, and Burris had an excellent exit out of 8 and just gave a big bump to Harmon to try and draw them away here. Meanwhile, Barroso has a fast-closing McAleer and Bailey going to the high side around the banking. And this could drop Barroso just that fast back to 5th here, because he's without any kind of a partner at this point. And wow, Burris and Harmon, that's about as big a gap as we had. Just that fast, not only is Barroso back into 5th, but at distance 5th. Almost 4/10 off of Bailey. That's how strong the draft is here, folks. If any of you are here watching in Maine, it's wicked powerful. Barroso now all over the back of the blue 70 for Bailey. No, we've been focusing on what's going on up front. Let's talk about it. In 8th, the 156 of Jose de las Casas. 9th, the 20 of Hishmi. 10th, the number 62. 11th, the 169 of Mike Leo. And knocking on the door of a top 10, Kalen Kinley. Then Andrew Perez, Yuri Calazos, and Frank Analante. But all eyes up at the sharp end of things here. There you can see the rest of the field heading through turn 6. They are racing their hearts out as well. Ooh, Burris now, Stuart McAleer down the inside, and Burris doesn't have any help. He could get totally freight trained here. Yep, McAleer goes, Bailey goes, and here comes Barroso. Barroso smartly dives down to the inside, and while Burris was hung up on the outside there, just that fast, Burris goes from 2nd to 5th. Barroso up into 4th. Burris might lose more. Here comes Nicholson with Clark pushing him. Burris leaves the door open. Nicholson down to the inside. Watch it right there. You can see those 2 cars side by side. Burris outside, Nicholson inside. And Burris has to be really careful there, because if Nicholson slides, has a moment, Burris is off track at best. And suddenly Burris is back in sixth and has lost some momentum as he and Clark were side by side. So now Burris is way at the back here with Barroso in fourth. I don't think there's any category with this layout of track, any category in racing where the slings and arrows of racing fortune are truly outrageous at this level. And Burris saw him just run wide at the exit of 7, and that's going to drop him even farther. But he may be out of this. I think those two, Clark and Burris, may have lost touch. Their only hope here is that the guys at the very front, which now would be McAleer, who's sitting in second, Harmon, they start duking it out, slowing themselves down a little bit and letting those two orange cars come back into it. Chris Clark has glommed onto the back of Burris right now and going to try and push them forward. We do have them two abreast up front, but I'm not sure these orange cars, they need, in the banking here, it's one thing. You can get a draft, but they're too far back. They need these guys up front to start racing in the tight, slow stuff so that they can reel them in. For the first time in this race, McAleer goes to the lead over Harmon. There he is. Barroso third, Nicholson fourth, Bailey fifth. Oh, and a huge off. Both of those orange cars are off at the exit of 2. That's the championship, probably. Oh, wow. Burris went way wide, never lifted. Came back on. He was rally racing right there. But that's the championship. That's pretty much it. They were side by side into 2, and obviously that didn't work. Wow. Suddenly, as we're in our final 6 minutes, what was it? 10 minutes ago, we were talking about where they were running, that would be enough for Burris to win the championship. And now, unless some sort of a miracle occurs with something big happening up front, it's done for Burris. There's no way in 5.5 minutes that in any way, shape, or form, help or not, that he's going to be able to run down that lead pack. And Clark, believe it or not here, the best thing that Burris could do right now was slow down just a little bit and let Clark get to him again. And then Tripen. That's really his only shot at this stage. I'll tell you what, that top group 5 still covered by nothing. So close. And now, a mind game, I think, starts for Frankie Barroso. Do I risk going and trying to win this thing? You always like to win a championship with a win, but at what expense? He's got it locked down right now where he is. Harmon is the only other guy in that front group that's really in the points. And even with a win of Barroso third, it's not going to be enough. So how hard does Barroso push to try and move up, or does he just kind of go, I'm taking whatever I get here? Podium is fine. That's part of the mental game that happens. Sometimes it can bite you. You get into your head a little bit too much. Up through turn 8, as we are coming up on only 4 to go. So it'd be probably 3 laps. Thereabouts here. There goes Burris. And Burris is one of the owners of FARA, and so for Todd, and he was willing to kind of step out of things, and he said, I don't, as the owner, one of the owners of the series, I don't want the guys to feel. And the competitors said, no, we want to win against the best. You're one of the top Pro Spec Miata drivers. Come out and run. We're happy to have you. So he said, all right, I'm going to go for it. But look at this now. There, Stuart McAleer dives to the inside of no Harmon. Whoa, Bailey was completely sideways through turn 1. somehow saved it and didn't hit Nicholson. I still am not sure how that happened. But Burris, if nothing else, because he sort of focuses on this Pro Spec Miata classes in his ownership position, I think he can take immense pride in this first full season of Pro Spec Miata racing at the kind of racing they have put on. This is epic stuff. Here we go. McAleer, Harmon, Barroso, little gap back to Nicholson in the black 97X and the blue 74 Bailey. And we're inside 3, so I think gloves are, big lockup by somebody down there. Went straight off there. It was Nicholson. Look at the plume of smoke. That was from the brakes. There's no way that tire isn't one tortured, partially square tire right now. And that's cost those two guys, so now it's a 3-man battle for the win. Clark has caught Burris, but it's just too far back here. If I'm Barroso right now, I'd back up a little bit. Don't get involved in what might be happening here with McAleer and Harmon, and take third. Just take third, win this championship. Harmon dives down to the inside, heading into 1. Gets through on McAleer. McAleer lets it happen nice and clean, understands how that works. Then Barroso made no attempt to do, Bailey is off big time on the outside of 2. And you know what I think some of this is? They have been racing so hard, and I've said it all day, that this track is brutal on tires, and I think these tires are just tortured right now. Jose De Las Casas just making a pass. You drop to 9th. He's just passing right back into the 8th spot. Doing a nice job. Harmon, it's about as big of a breathing margin as he's had, and it's all of 3 car lengths as they head into 8, and that's going to evaporate under braking here, of course. And now the big thing is don't screw up the exit of 8. Get this one right. They all look pretty solid. Nicholson in the blue car, Bailey there, 4th and 5th. All right, watching that trio, the battle for the podiums, down to these 3 guys right now. Harmon, McAleer, and points leader Barroso. White flag, 1 to go. This is it. Championship time. Again, I would think Barroso would just say, you do what you need to do, guys. I'm happy to grab a podium and a championship here. Yeah, he's opening his angles up into the corners. He's staying there, but he's not in any type of attack mode, at least yet. He may think with now where is Burris is sitting in 7th, so he may have done something to the car and is not able to stick with Clark at this point. I'll tell you what, I wish I knew who was in that number 62, because he and Jose De Las Casas in that white 156 are having one heck of a scrap out there. Ooh, and they just, both of them almost went off track at the exit of 2. That white 156 did, I think. Meanwhile, here we go, last time into 8. Oh, Barroso has slipped through on McAleer. He is now 2nd. So he is not going to just, I never want to say back your way into the championship, because I think finishing 3rd, being smart, that's just really solid. You know, it's points that win championships, not wins usually, unless there's a tie break. But he's doing it right, and they are into the banking for the final time. Here's where Barroso has done that high move and then dropped down. And he also got a great pass just doing the high move here. Harmon drifting up, but Barroso might do it. He's coming. He's got it, Barroso! He wins the championship with a win. And the official margin of victory, 44 1/1000ths of a second. and he does it with a win. And I'll guarantee you that certainly neither Harmon nor Mackler was letting him go. That was, and Barroso he had used that high to low move, and then later in the second race, he did that high move, and the guy protected the inside, and he just did exactly what he just did there. Just got a side draft, got a toe, got a side draft, and pulled it through. Coming across the line now, the 62 and the 156 were 8th and 9th. The blue 169 of Mike Leo, 10th. Hishmi, Kalen Kinley, the young teenager, in 12th. Great run there. Wow, wow, wow. 44 one-thousandths of a second for the last race of the season to seal a championship with a win. And I've got to believe, after what I've seen Mr. Barroso do today, he has put on a drafting clinic with what he's done today. Just spectacular. And the combined margin of victory for all three racers, remember the shootout was yesterday, no points there, that was just for money. And then the two today was 172. That's nuts. That's nuts. Remember, just to make a little bit more of a point of that, because the margin of victory first to second in that second race was the biggest by, the first race today was the biggest. If you threw that one out, I think the margin of victory was maybe still in the thousandths of a second combined. Really close stuff, fun stuff. But that beautiful red number 48 with the white stripes, pretty amazing. Top three for this race are going to head into the victory circle area. I hope they have Todd. They're going to wave him by, but they're all stopping because they're all going to celebrate. And we will cover the podium here for you on DriversEye Live. Remember, up next, we have another race that should be equally fascinating and intense. They're also running the banking. That is the final race of this season and this Race of Champions weekend for Formula FARA, the young guns coming out of go-karting. First experience in cars, open wheel cars, wings, downforce. And Harmon, who finished second in that, is going to see. He finished second, Burris 7th. The second is Harmon didn't have a great finish yesterday. Hold on a sec here, folks. Wow, what a race we just saw. What a way to end a championship. It just doesn't get a lot better than that. But as I was going to say, looking at Harmon, he finished 4th in that first race. So I don't know that he's going to make up enough to displace Burris from 2nd. But Frankie, what a job. Yeah, the margin of victory in the shootout was 85 1,000ths of a second, 44 1,000ths. So we're talking, what's that? 0.12. That's it, crazy. For 2 margins of victory. Wow, wow, wow. And that's what we've seen all season with Pro Spec Miata. I mean, the racing has just been, even, you know, the long course at Sebring, when we run there, guess what? Lots of long straights, drafting a big, big factor there. And they even managed to get around the infield when you run the full infield roval here with a lot of intensity as well. So pretty cool stuff. And Podium, boy, it's filling up down there, and there's a lot to be celebrating. Again, next thing on track, they'll be coming up in about 25 minutes, will be Formula FARA, their final race of the season. Championship on the line, and you're going to have to earn it because they're inverting usually a chunk of this grid. We'll get that clarified as to exactly what the inversion is. And then we wrap things up at around 3:20 with our final sprint race for the FARA Prototype and GT machines to wind up the weekend. We have a few HPD sessions at the end for a little while. Just waiting for the cue to toss it down to the podium. All right, and we're going to send it down to the podium. They can pick it up whenever they like. Do remember, we will be back with you for the final Formula FARA race of the season at about 2:40. We'll see you then. Welcome back, everybody, as the final Formula FARA event of 2024 and of this Race of Champions weekend is about to begin. Cars are out on their pace and parade lap. They are inverting the top 6. Now, they always do an inversion here in this second race, and I will explain that in a minute, but let's go through the starting lineup. That means starting in the 9th spot will be the 77 of Kai Johnson, who arrived late, but in that first race showed some real speed, so he could be kind of fun watching coming through the pack. Starting 8th will be the 78 of Batan Achativ. Starting in the 7th spot will be the young man, the number 46 of Mac Mokaram, who was also very quick in that first race. But here's where the inversion begins. The top qualifier was the number 6 of Alex Popov, so he will start 6th. Gaston Arazu with the number 27 will start 5th. The number 8 of Beckham Yassir, and those two are the guys battling for the championship. Gaston Arazu and Beckham Yassir, they will start 5th and 4th, respectively. Then starting in the 3rd spot will be the 14 of JT Hoskins. Starting in the 2nd spot will be the 12 of Isabella Abreu, and starting on pole. And with a name like this, he should be starting up front. The number 1 of Lazzaro Benatti. It sounds right, doesn't it? Driving a Formula car. And by the way, Brent from Fixie Wheels has been an amazing partner of this championship. We were just up here talking about all the stuff that partners do. It's not just giving money, it's their involvement and it's their activities and how else they support the thing. And Brent told me, and if you take a look at a Fixie wheel, it is absolutely manufacturing excellence, right? They built, was it, you say 80 some odd trophies that you guys have provided? Yeah, trophies all season long for each event, and almost that number at all the events, because you think of all the categories that are running. But for the Race of Champions event, those trophies are going to be pretty special, and they're provided by Fixie, so they're going to be top tier. So thank you, sir. Aerospace grade. That's what he says. Oh, fit, form, and function. He's working in all of the Fixie catchphrases here. Aerospace grade, fit, form, and function. I like that. All right. Now, these guys are going to be using the banking like the Pro Spec Miatas. These cars don't punch quite the hole that those Miatas do, but there's still plenty of drafting opportunity up here. And in our race earlier today, it was points leader Gaston Arazu who jumped into the lead and won that one. It was a great battle as it unfolded here. And Beckham Yassir finished 2nd, so that opened that points margin up just a little bit. 10 points for a win, 8 points for 2nd, so Gaston now has a 6 points margin. Now, because of the inversion, though, it's 7 points to win, 5 for 2nd, 4 for 3rd. So for Yassir, he's got to have some help here to really make him go. But he is going to do everything he can to bring this one home. 3rd was Alex Popov. 4th was J. Hoskins. 5th was Max Mokaram. And then Kai Johnson, Lazzaro Benatti, Matan Archativ, and Isabella Abreu, who had a mechanical problem. But it is time to go racing. Last time of 2024 for Formula FARA, the young guns coming out of go-karts. This is a championship weekend, but it continues to be an educational experience. That's why they do the inversion. We'll talk about that a little bit once this race gets going. And it is coming to the green. We're racing here for the last time in 2024 for Formula FARA. And it is Benatti that's going to lead down to turn 1. Look at all of the battling going on. Faster cars trying to look for a way through. Ooh, look at that cutback move from the outside to the apex into turn 2, and somehow no contact. That was impressive how they pulled that one off. Look at this, side by side by side. It's as if they have just maintained their starting order, except for the car up front that is just checking out. And I have a feeling that car might just be Isabella Abreu if they got that fixed, and if they got an engine in it. She has shown some real speed, and she admitted that after her in qualifying near the end, when she was setting some fast times, when her car let go, the engine let go, that at least the car for this morning's race, the engine was not going to be quite as on par. And she ended up, look at the lead she's got heading into turn 8. And but then she had a mechanical problem with that engine as well. So I'm guessing that they probably did a little swap and put a nice engine in that for her. And she is just checking out. This is spectacular, what we're seeing right now from a very talented young lady here. Look at this. Look at this. What a lead. That's Hoskins who actually went to the front. Wow. He drives for the same team as Isabella, so that explains that. She's 4th, still not too bad, but Hoskins, oh, big car problem across. Great evasive by that second car. Boy, so easily could have collected them and didn't, but costly in terms of time and distance here. Didn't take long for Popov and Arazu to come through the pack, did it? They are immediately up into 2nd and 3rd already. But JT Hoskins, one of these guys, last couple of races, it's like he just found something, either in himself, in the car, whatever. He's just come alive and found some great speed. And it's probably about now. Remember, these cars are not as heavy as a Miata or a big GT car, so it takes a little longer for the tires to come alive, if you will. Remember that a tire, it's all about getting the right temperature in the tire, because that determines the pressure in the tire, and the cars are set up to run on a certain pressure when they're at their best. Looks like Yasir has gone through and jumped up maybe into that 4 spot. It's that or Makaram. Nah, it's Yasir. Yep, there's the number 8. Boy, and Isabella Abreu just laid a beautiful pass on Kai Johnson, or attempted to, down into turn 1. Got a great draft. Let's see, did she pull it off? No, couldn't quite do it. Gave it one heck of an attempt, though. Brent told me that Isabella decided to teach herself how to drive in Miami traffic in a Fiat 500 stick. She's sick. In a good way, you know, as the young kids. Oh, I'm sick. That's what I mean. Yeah. Threw away, essentially. Well, not threw away, but gave up a potential championship in her GT class for this opportunity here this weekend. And she said, if I'm going to do it, I'm focusing on it. And then on Friday, got in a little bump and not involved with racing, and really tweaked her knee, and still is able to be doing what she's doing out there. It's pretty impressive. But as it sits right now, Hoskins, when he came through, had a 2nd lead. And we got somebody off there at turn 8. Going to take a look here. Now he's going again, nice and slowly. That was the same car, I think, that had the off over here in turn 2. Hoskins, though, feeling the heat, as Alex Popov just uncorked a 125.6 to Hoskins 126.3. Popov and Arazu at a 25.8. They have closed it up. And Popov and Hoskins drive for the same team. And then Arazu. Ooh, Popov coming into 6 here. He might have a run. Takes a look, doesn't think he's quite close enough. Through they come. Yeah, Yasir lost a lot of ground. He's almost 3 seconds adrift of Hoskins right now. For him, the important thing is how far is he behind Arazu. And really the only way this works is if Yasir is if he has to win, and Arazu has to have a mechanical and finish way at the back. It's the only chance that Yasir really has for the championship here. Teddy Masella, who's next up, way back in the points. He's not here anyway. Popov in 4th, and a very distant one. So Popov is here just for the glory, as it were. And Popov getting a nice, oh, is he going to make the pop? He does. Sorry about that. It's an unintentional pun. Down to the inside. Oh, really? Sideways. Massive save by Popoff. That thing slewed sideways to the point you can see big skid marks outside of the car, too. But saved it. And I'll tell you what, you know, he comes from pretty serious genes, motorsports-wise here, considering what Dad could do. It should be a racing clothing. All right, off to the side conversation. I'll tell you, guy who's having a really good run here is Kai Johnson. I didn't see him out at all in one of the first practices there. That's the 78 of Matan Achetev, and I think he was the one who had that big off in 2, then had the problem in 8, so there may be a little damage to that car. But Kai showed up in that, I saw him, and it was the second practice, and he was 2 seconds off of the slowest car. Come qualifying, he put together, he found a little bit of time, and then in that first race, he just came alive, and now he's a solid 5th. Oh, and here we go. The attempt now to the outside. Big defense down the inside by Hoskins, who officially had it, but what's going to happen down into turn 1? Pop up. Oh, the big spin, and away we go. Big, big, big spin. Stays to the inside, and everybody going to be able to get through, but wow. And that was Jay. He just couldn't hold it. When Popoff did that same sort of thing going in there the previous lap, he was able to save it. So he went to the outside and he kind of squeezed, and I don't mean, you know, negatively squeezed. He just made sure that JT was going to be pinned a little bit to the inside there, and JT, it just slewed a bit more sideways, and he just couldn't hang on to it. That's a shame. JT was having an absolutely incredible weekend. Wow. Big moment. That could have ended. There were cars right there as well. And he hasn't moved yet, though. He might be a little hung up. And full course caution. Full course caution. So this could change the dynamic of this just a little bit, considering the gaps that had been created. And for JT, if they can get it moving without going down a lap, he could still possibly have something to be able to do here. Now he's not gonna, because the field is already coming through. They will wave them through with where all of the incident work is. Just send them through on the bank. Oh, they're turning in. They're turning. I think the reason was that's where the pace car was. So they can let as much of the field go through. I think for the rest of this extraction, they'll have them just go through turns 1 and 2 on the speedway. But you can see what's on here. And again, and I want to point this out, you got a guy with a simple spin, and they probably just need to, he stalled it, they probably just need to get him on track. You know, as soon as they pull him, he'll start to be able to drive off. So why 4 vehicles? Well, again, the 2 vehicles that are closest to us from our camera angle when we look at that corner, those 2 are there to protect the workers. That's their whole reason, is to be there. So if a car has a problem coming through there, they hit the outside of that truck as opposed to a person. So that's what that's all about. You don't want to hit anything, but if they got to hit something, you know, better a vehicle than a human standing there. So that's how that works. Interesting thing here is we were starting to see some real speed from Isabella right before that came out. She was right down into the numbers of the guys up front, and now she's going to be packed right up. She's listed as 4th right now. It'll be Popov, Arazu, Yasir, Abreu, Max McCarrum. Like I said, I ran into him elevator ride at the hotel today. And when I say young guns, folks, I'm talking young guns. We're talking 14, 15. Max probably right in that 14 number. I know we had the Felbers, they ran in this for a lot of the year, and one of them I think was teen. You know, I mean, these are people. And the funny thing is, in this day and age, you can be 13 years of age and have 6 years of intense racing competition under your belt through karting. Oh, and a problem there for the 77 of Kai. What a run he had going, and he's just parked over there. Oh, what a shame. I was wondering, because he'd been in front of Isabella, and I thought, well, why? And that explains it. He's come to a stop as well. And that seems to be totally independent. I don't think that was anything to do with anything else over there. So they're just hooking him up, a flat toe, as they call it. And a flat toe simply means, you know, a rope that's connected from the car to the vehicle that, and if he can get it bump started, the way they do it, he can reach up and release that, and once he gets it started, and drive away. And if not, he just hangs on and all the way into the paddock. You can see he's pointing right there, giving them a little guidance. And you see that we have, for this one, it's a lap count. And what they do is they take the time window they're allotted to run in, take the average lap time that's being run, and say, okay, we ought to be able to get this many laps in, and it becomes a lap race. I think in the end there is a time limit that can be imposed if needs be here, if you spend too much time under yellow. For some reason they haven't been able to get Max moving. I wonder if he has something broken that they just discovered, maybe on the right side. Oh, now they're pulling. They were just waiting for that traffic to get through. Hate to see that, because Kai was really, from where he started after missing the first practice to running a competitive top 5 here. That's just a shame to have something happen. I didn't see it. We were watching what was happening down in turns 1 and 2. And I don't think it was related to that, unless right at the end when he came around, if something came off the track from the set of Hoskins. All speculation. But here's the deal. They can exit him at the exit of turn 6 on the outside. There's a cutout right when you get to the exit point. And if they can get him over there, we might be able to go green here. Let's hope. We want to see these young guns get as much race time as we can here in this final event of the year. They're working through turn 8, and they've got a long way to go before they would get over turn 6. And I think there's plenty of time for that to go. But yep, I think that's what's going to happen. You can see the pace vehicle has slowed down noticeably. And the reason is, I'll guarantee you that Gerardo Bonilla, our race director, is going to slow that pace down so they can get off track. Then we can go green. I hope we see more of Kai next year. He's really impressed me here in what he's done in a very short time. Remember, folks, when this is done, we are going to have a trophy presentation, and then we will have our final door-to-door competition of the day, the Prototypes and GT final sprint race. After that, some HPDE sessions, but the competition will be done. All right, that car is cleared, and pace car starting to ease away, so we're going back green here. Well played by our race director and staff. Here we go. Coming up through the banking. Tell you, obviously not maybe the number of cars we wanted, but some awfully good talent up front, and we're green again. We are going racing. And it's Lazzaro Bonatti that's actually in 4th. Same color car as Isabella, and timing showed her in 4th, but I think the caution came out and she had maybe inadvertently gone by. But the one thing Lazzaro needs to do, I'm noticing, he's showing to be that there's some pace there, but he's not getting that restart very strong. Meanwhile, here we go. Beckham Yassir, who's been given a major gift here with this caution, glued to the back of Gaston Erazu. The problem for Beckham is with Popov out front, you know, he's the interloper, but he's also essentially, and I don't like to use the term stealing points, but he's taking points that Beckham, if he goes through on Erazu, he'd just as soon get winner's points than second points. Oh, Isabella, a little bit wide there through turn 8. But she seems to be one of those drivers, and I don't know whether it's our setup or just her feel, but the longer she runs, the faster she gets. And it might be that the tires come in a little slower for her with how they've got the car set up. All right, here comes Yassir. He's got a nice he pops to the outside. The longer way to go, but it opens up the arc. Pinch to the inside. Erazu, little bit of a wiggle there, not bad, but he's straight line. He's got the position. He's going to hang on to it. Yassir at this point wisely just tucks back in. And boy, I'll tell you, on that restart, it was Mokaram who did a great job as well. Who has jumped up. There's Beckham. Yep, there's Max up into that 4th spot. Or Max in the 5th spot, I should say, at this stage. Into turn number 8. There's Popov, and there are our 2 championship protagonists, Erazu and Yassir. Then Benatti, then Mokaram, then Isabella Abreu. Here we go through the banking. This time Yassir not quite as close, but that might mean he actually gets a better toe here. Does the same thing to the outside. I don't think this time he really had any intentions of making a pass. He just didn't want to give up that head of speed. And every time, if he goes to the outside like that and he keeps Erazu pinned a little bit to the inside, well, we've seen what's happened when guys have been pinned to the inside there. The back end steps out. Because you're coming down off the banking, so you lose a little bit of camber. Then it flattens out, which compresses and unloads the car. And when it unloads, if you still have steering input, that's when that back end wants to snap. Tell you one thing, whoever it is for this weekend here ends up on the podium in trophy. They have earned their Fixie provided trophies. And the focus is those 2 guys. Well, I'll tell you, Yassir is just glued right now to the back. Now he goes down to the inside. This time he's going to the inside of Erazu. Let's see if Erazu can hang on and work that outside angle. Looks like he's going to be able to do it. Yassir. Now Erazu, yeah, he gets that little bit of a side draft. Sneaks ahead, but you get it ahead, you hit that wall of air when you lose that little side draft, but he makes it through. And some of this could very well be Yassir just probing. All right, gonna try him low. That didn't work. Gonna try him high. Let's see what his reaction. You know, because sometimes it isn't about making the pass. It's about what you learn from how your competitor defends it. And that's all part of the game. That's the racecraft. And that's what I was talking about, and I haven't really addressed too much here, is this inversion. Ooh, big mistake by Erazu. Too hot into 6th. Floated wide. And Yassir is through. But yeah, with the inversion, the reason they do that is, you know, speed on a clear track is one thing. Racecraft in a group is a whole different thing. And you need to know how to do both if you're going to keep progressing up the order, whether it's an open wheel prototypes or whatever. And so they designed, and they tell everybody, you come and do this. If you qualify in the front, the first race you start up there, the second race, we're going to invert a certain number, because that way the drivers that are usually back in 6th, 7th, they learn how to defend from faster cars. And the guys who are always out front with fairly clean track, they suddenly learn how they've got to drive it here. And Arazu, man, he had a big head of steam built up, just wasn't quite enough. He recovered pretty quickly from that little bobble down in turn 6. And now he's the one who goes to school on Yasir. You know, that's another thing we haven't really talked about too much is the cars are identical. The gearbox, the engines, the everything. However, setup on the car is up to the driver and their engineer coach who they're working with. And it depends. You have a lot of arrows screwed into the car. In other words, there's a lot of stick but drag on the straights. Or do you trim it out a little bit, take away some of the downforce from the arrow so you're quicker in a straight line, but then you're more on the edge in the corners. And that's all part of this process, the learning process as well. Oh, and good battle here as that Benatti trying to go by on O'Karam for that 4 spot. Meanwhile, Alex Popoff is just checking out right now because of the dueling going on behind him. He's up by over 2 seconds right now. Sears actually opened it up just a little bit on Arazu there in turns 3, 4, and 5. Really got a strong run out of there. And I've talked about it, this track is brutal on tires. And if you've got your car set up for those tires to fire up really early, then they go off as the race unfolds just a little bit. And suddenly you can find yourself relative to somebody else suddenly running a smidge slower here. That's all part of it. I'll tell you, O'Karam in 4th and Benatti, the 46 and the 1, are having a really good scrap here for that 4 spot. Back and forth and back and forth. Fun to watch. And Yasir now has opened up enough that I don't know that Arazu's close enough to get any kind of help from a tow here. And maybe Arazu has sensed what we're talking about, but it's only 2 to go, that he had to check up a little bit or his route to tires. But with 2 laps to go, there's no time to be saving tires at this point. You just got to chuck it in there and get after it. Here comes that fabulous battle for 4th. And it's still young Max O'Karam hanging on over Benatti. And Isabella Abreu just passed Matan Achetiv and picked up the 6th spot. They're in a good little scrap back there. Having some fun. That Adjective has gone back around. So, you know what? You know, for Isabella, obviously at one point she was 3rd quick in one of the sessions here. And this is her first weekend. She's got a banged up knee. Outside pass. Look at this. If she could pull this off, that she did. And that all came, that 2 things allow that to happen. One, Matan Achetiv gave her some respect and didn't just drive right off the exit at turn 7. And she was able to have enough of a car, half her car in front, so Max couldn't track out without contact. So he had to pinch his exit a little bit. And that's what allows you to make that outside pass work. Here comes Pop-Up. White flag! Last lap, and Arazu found something. Big outside lunge there into 1. Now he's going to dive. He couldn't. He wasn't close enough. You can see he had a little bit. He got into some of that sort of oil dryly dust down to the inside there, and you can see the car dance. And I think he realized if he tried to stick it down the inside, it wasn't going to stick, quite literally. So he backed out of it. But last lap of the season, Yasir doing everything he can, but the point swing from where he is to Irazu is not going to be enough. And if Irazu hangs tough here, it's only 1 point swing, and Irazu right now is up, in my math calculations, is up by 6. So he would win the championship by 5. And again, this is one of those things here, and I've been wrong every time I've mentioned it today, where I've said, how much risk does Irazu do trying to dive underneath Yasir and maybe throwing it away, finishing far enough back that Yasir gets it. But I thought the same thing of Frankie Barroso, and he drove a lap of the gods in the last lap and won the whole thing anyway. So have to see what happens. Great battle for fourth is continuing back there with McCarrum and Benatti, but at the line, Pop-Up wins it, and Irazu nips Beckham Yasir at the line, side by side to the line here. Who is it gonna be? It is McCarrum by literally a wing. That close. Another great battle here coming to the line, and that was a brew and adjective incredibly close as well, and she got him right at the line, picked up that 6th spot. So for Popoff, he was up at 1 point by 2 seconds. He eased it back, won by 1.3. However, for our 2 championship protagonists, Irazu nips Yasir with a really great last couple of laps after he made that mistake by 76 one-thousandths of a second. That's it, just spectacularly close. And in so doing, wins the championship. You can see his arm pump coming by. Usually that level of intensity of an arm pump is reserved for the winner. And in this case it was, because that was for a championship win, not a race win. So yeah, great run, great season. He's just, when he hasn't had a car or he hasn't felt it or whatever, when he couldn't win, he hasn't done anything rash to wreck or whatever. He's just said, all right, I'll take the points I need here. You look at his season, including today, that's 8 podiums, 9 top 5, 10 top 10. I mean, just spectacular. Just spectacular, the season he has stitched together. This is a well-deserved championship for sure. There will be, of course, a podium for Formula FARA for their both races today. Well, they did a podium for the first one, so this will be the final podium, maybe a little nod for the championship as well. And then we already have the pre-grid starting for FARA Prototype GT, the final FARA race of 2024. That's kind of bittersweet. It's been a fabulous season. And even things more to come next year. And at the end of this race, we'll spend a few minutes before we throw it down to that final podium to address that. But with that, since I've got another 30-minute sprint to go, and the Pro Spec Miata and the Formula FARA races have been so good that I can feel my throat kind of rebelling a little bit, I'm going to pause for just a minute and have a sip of water. And I'll be right back with you all in a minute. And then there was one race to go here in the 2024 FARA Championship season. And I'll tell you what, like I said, it's a little bit bittersweet here, but we are down to it. Race of Champions, and it is championship time, the last race of this incredible season of FARA competition, the fourth and final sprint of this Race of Champions weekend. And I'll tell you what, it should be great. We've seen some awfully good racing previously here as it has unfolded. So pretty much looking forward to how this one plays out here right now. And keep in mind, this is the one class where in each of the 4 sprint races, where you finish in each race in terms of the points do not apply to the season. It's a unique deal where if you win, you're assigned 10 points. If you're second, you're assigned 9, 8. And at the end of the 4 events, they tally those points, and whoever has the highest points in each class gets the weekend win, which is worth 25 points. Second in the points gets second place season championship points, and that's kind of how that plays out here. So let's take a look real quick at the starting lineup. Once again, it's going to be Drew Altman in that really quick Radical SR10. That's just doing a great job up front. David Tuati will start, but they always start all the prototypes up front. So the FARA Prototype 1 overall race winner from round 3 will start up front. Drew Altman in that green number 11. FP3, the Jimmy Crawford, Jesse Gross, Lige in FP3 or FARA Prototype 3 will start second. And I'm not sure if our other prototype is going to make the start here. There was a second Radical. We'll see. We also have Teddy Alvarado here in his, I think that's an FP2, the only FP2 Wolf Thunder here. But I see him down, and they are thrashing at the back of the car in the engine area, so may not be able to get out for the start here. David Tuati will start at the front of the GT group in that beautiful orange and blue Porsche GT1A winner and pole sitter. 241 Adan Ramos in the white Porsche with the blue stripes will be second up in GT1A. Then we go, I don't see another, well, we do. One other car in GT1A, it just says the 9X. I'm, again, not sure who that is, folks. Then we go to GT1B, and that is that beautiful Michael Manella Bart Collins Porsche, the number 4, that burgundy car with the checkered flag pattern swooping down the side, and then sort of it blends into that. It's just stunning what they've done with it. That will be our leader on the pole in GT1B. In GT2A, Manny Gomez in that all-white Palm Beach Tactical McLaren Altura. It's again a big shout out to my friend Juan, who does so much at the Concourse Club, but is a mechanical engineer by education and still loves engineer a car. And boy, he and that Palm Beach Tactical crew have given Mr. Gomez a weapon, that's for sure. Sixth spot, the 132, Sophia Basler, GT1B, second on the grid. Second in GT2A is the 67 Audi of Robert Garza. Third in GT2A is Sharon Al-Safadi in the number 8 Porsche. Charlton Holmes in the number 14 Porsche will be next. 61, Richard Walker in the Porsche. Then we'll have 27, Connor Cavalli in, that's a Porsche as well. The 172 of James Haman will be next up. Then the Ginetta of Adolfo Rossi and Aline Cipriani, the blue number 46. The 31 of Hal Gould, the Corvette. The 17 of Roberto Dalla Costa. Here comes our 3 prototypes. And we're green for the final time in 2024 for FARA. And now here comes this beautiful field of GT equipment looking for their green flag for the final time. Green it is! Here this big pack goes steaming down into turn 1. Ooh, 3 abreast at the apex of 1. That's difficult. Need a lot of people working together here. Everybody wants to make that big jump early, but it just decreases constantly. Turn 1 is fast. Turn 2 is tight. Turn trouble. Got a car. Oh, that's Manila. I think that's that Porsche. I'll be honest. Don't know who's driving that. It's Manella, Michael Manella or Bart Collins. This is kind of critical, though, for Manella because he's in that category. He's in with a shout at this championship. And that's not what he needed. But I don't see Mark, I'm not sure Mark Julian was able to start. And he's the guy. Gary Young in that Ferrari just hasn't had the pace here. So we'll see. All right, got moving. Yep, that was definitely Manila Collins in that number 4. So now Manila's got some work to do, but I don't know how many other GT1B cars. We've got Sophia Basler, we've got Gary Young, Charlton Holmes, but he's not really in the championship right now, so it could still be an opportunity for Michael Manella here with Mark Julian having a little bit of an issue. Tuati opening up a little bit of a margin here. I'll tell you what, though, Manny Gomez might be leading in GT2A, but that Audi of Garza sticking really close to him on this opening lap. And Angel Benitez, who did not start that previous race, is out there, and that is one quick GT1A car. And is it senior or junior? There's not a lot between them. They're both awfully fast. And he has just gone around the Audi of Garza. I think there's a case to be made that Audi might be, in this group, the prettiest sounding car. There goes Benitez now underneath Manny Gomez as he's coming up through the pack. Yeah, Benitez started dead last and is absolutely flying out there right now. Impressive. And here comes Tuati up onto the banking, and it's the oomph in the engine department of that Porsche on the straight. It's the straight line speed quicker than that Ligier in the hands of Crawford or Gross. But then they get into the twisty bits, and that's where that Ligier makes up its time. Ramos right now has 5 seconds in hand over Benitez. But on that last lap, Ramos went a 31.4, Benitez a 29.8. So that's a pretty good pace difference here. Great battling back in the field as well. Charlton Holmes in GT1B. Is second in that class. It's Sophia Basler out front right now. And unfortunately, I don't know that he went down a lap, but Manila is way deep. He did? No, he's way deep though. So, yeah, he needs, I mean, I think he still might be okay with the championship opportunity here, but for the race, he's got a long way to go. Now, here's the thing. He's running laps right now 15 seconds quicker than some of the cars in front of him. So, but it's going to be a little difficult here for him to work his way through this big field. Meanwhile, Tuati, who things were a little closer for him than I think he wanted in that third race a little bit earlier, where Ramos was able to get in front of him and opened up a margin, and then Tuati had to fight to come back. I think this time Tuati's going, yeah, I'm just going to out and go hard early and try and build a lead and see what we can do with it. Still have our friend Brent from Fig here saying, yeah, he's running the special fixies. I don't know. Something about fit, form, and function. I don't remember, but that's, yeah. And aerospace quality? Aerospace grade. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Here comes Manella. Where does he slot in here now? Just kind of curious as to what kind of ground they're going to be able to make up here. Only up to 29th, and still running a lot quicker than the cars in front. Then this next group's really compressed, so if he can get to them, he might be able to get through. And there he comes. Oh man, what a run. Pops to the outside. Watch for him coming into turn number 6 here. He's that Porsche that just moved over into the regular line right there, turning in. That was 3 cars he picked up really easily there. Probably going to get 2 or 3 more here on the run down into, and it's just the power in that engine bay. That's 1, 2, 3 more he got. 4, 5. Hard on the brakes. Is he going to get that thing woe down? Yeah, look at that. Wow, was that impressive. And just did the rim shot around 8 and is gone. Well, that's going to change the timing screen a little bit when he comes through. And that group that he just drove by, there's some fabulous racing going on there. Everybody stacked up, multiple classes, just on top of each other. Here comes Manella now. He's going to get 2 more. Where's he go? 29th to 20th on that lap. Not too shabby. Getting her done. Boy, it's really interesting. The car at the lead of this queue, super, super protective down into turn 2, and then promptly overshot the exit of 2. And now the overall race leader, Altman, and that Radical just doing the ramp shot down through the bowl. Ooh, almost got tapped. Finally now is able to come through clear. Watch for it. Got him. Whew, they are absolutely booking out there. I think that might have been this. Was that the 78 of Rick Tamarian that he just went around? I think that's that group. I think it's the 23 of the Thompsons, the 78 of Tamarian, the 32 of Carlos Villasana, Patricio Frenulek or Sergio Koski in the 810. Jonathan Salerno in there as well. Oh, we got a car in, but coming up to turn 8, way to the inside, driver's left. That is that silver BMW. Normally I would have thought it might have been Patricio Frenulek, but that's not the car they're running now. Ooh, and that white Porsche, that's Ramos. There certainly may have been a yellow flag flying. Well, actually, he should be okay because he completed the pass after the car, but the full course caution comes out. And there is one car in particular out there who is going to be loving this, and it is a burgundy-colored number 4. That is going to make up a lot of ground. You know, you hate to see it. Never like to see a caution, but, you know, for some drivers, like this guy right here in your shot, he is licking his chops right now because he has worked his way. And he has made up a lot of ground here. I got to scroll scoring. He's up to 17th as of the time that caution came out. Yeah, he's got an opportunity to get right back into this battle for the win here with the pace that he's been running. You know, sometimes you have a moment like that where you just make, hey, as good as drivers are, they're people. You make a little mistake and got it gathered up, took them a while, got going again, and then and you get that sort of personal red mist, right, where you're just fuming with yourself. And you can do one of 2 things. You can let it get to you, start making mistakes, over driving, or you could just channel that and get yourself back into the zone and go. And I'll tell you, that run he had into turn 8 and then just that rim shot around there, he's in the zone. He received the right way to that opportunity here. And full course caution is just taking this field a long time. Ooh, that 27 Bimmer that just went by. I'm trying to remember, that's one of, yeah, or maybe I misread the number, but a big wrinkle in the front of that white BMW. So there's been a little tap here and there. All right, the EV crews are on their way. And pace car did pick up our leader this time and is halfway between turns 5 and 6. So the field will stack up just a little bit. There you see our pace car with the field behind. You know, it's interesting in GT4A, Luigi Faro continues to run very competitively, but we got a newcomer to the championship, at least this year, Rafael Rosario, and he's just flying out there. I mean, right now, he's 27th overall. Next in GT4A is the guy who's probably going to win the championship here, 31st. So, That's the number 317. That's the Moises Cordero, Rafael Garcia Sr., the car that normally I think would run in Honda Wars. And they all are running in the GT4A category, but that car sounded a little rough as it came by. It was way down on the painted part where the sponsors are listed on the pit apron here. It just sounded a little off at that stage, so we'll see how this is all playing out here. And let's see. They have got to that car, got it on the hook. That took no time. That was really well done. Interestingly, the blue Ginetta, that's probably going to win this championship because of just a great season, not out right now. I think that other car is Carlos Villasana that stopped over there. And it's unfortunate they're hauling him around right now. Was it here or was it Sebring? I'm trying to remember where we first saw Carlos Villasana. It was in a Mini Cooper that wasn't classified for a while. And I'm not sure if they were just giving him a test go or what, but he showed up. That's the 23 that got the big wrinkle in the front. They have been doing some serious battling out there. Yeah, it's the Thompsons, Elijah and or Wayne. That's the second place car with the 78 of Rick Tamarian. And Arturo Aldana, 22nd overall, and leading in right behind them. And so those two, I would guess, maybe had a little bit of a checkup. And then it's the 810, Patricio Fernulik, Sergio Koski right behind them. Jonathan Salerno. This yellow is helping Jonathan because GT3A is another one of these categories where Marco Pisa is struggling here. And Rick Tamarian, Jonathan Salerno, Patricio Fernulik all have a shot at the championship. And it's tough for us to really be able to tell because, I can look and kind of, remember who had did what in the previous races, but they have to tally those points before we really know. So, and we have 9 minutes to go in this one. No, check it, 14 to go. This is a full 30 minutes, I believe. At least that's what it says on the schedule. Timer's correct on our broadcast. So 14 and 20 seconds. I think we should be able to go green now because that car has been well and truly moved, I think. So we should still have a nice chunk of racing to go, probably be in the 12 12-minute range when we come around to the green. All right. Tell you another thing that's going to be fun here is, when you pick up the overall leader and you get cars that are caught behind, watching Tuati and Angel Benitez coming through. That's going to be fun here. Here we go. Hope it's for the last time this season. No more yellows. We're green. There goes Altman. There's the number 8 of Sharon Al-Safadi. Doing a nice job, running second, I think, in GT2A. No, third in GT2A or thereabouts. Still doing a nice job. Rest of the field. Here comes Manella or Collins. Ooh, down into turn 1. Lots of traffic down there. Trying to make up ground as quickly as possible. Up to 16th overall. There he comes. Rest of the field, there's that beautiful Ferrari F430 of Gary Young Lewis. There's the Corvette, Dalla Costa. Altman is just checked out again. And look at this. When we went to the restart, there were probably a good 10 cars between David Tuati and the top of the compacted GT group. And he is now putting a lap on everybody and slices through and now has clear track once again. Doesn't take him long to do his job, does it? The guy is been around a while and he's still as fast as ever, that's for sure. Ooh, somebody running way wide on the exit at turn 8. That was interesting. A couple other people having little moments back there, running wide on the exit. Oh, big off there. Gathered it back up. Had him 4 wide coming out of 9 for a second there. See, Angel Benitez right now is 2.6 behind Tuati. And he just ran a lap that was a half second quicker than Tuati. But remember, Tuati may have been dealing with a little bit more traffic. So we'll see what Benitez is going to be able to do. Adan Ramos is next up in that group, but a little bit farther back. Then our GT2A leader is the 67 of Robert Garza in that glory. He got around on Manny Gomez. Well, this could be a rare moment when Manny Gomez in that McLaren Altura does not get a win here. What a story that would be. And one of the prettiest cars right now being led by one of the best sounding cars. That's, simply my opinion, but I stick by that, however. There is that glorious sounding Audi right at the apex of turn number 8, up onto the banking. And behind him goes the white car, just moved down to the inside, has got up onto the speedway. That's that beautiful McLaren Artura. And this is a battle for position here for these guys, Garza and Gomez. Gomez already has this championship under lockdown, no question. So Garza is out there. But check that, we're in G2A, aren't we? Yeah. It's Gomez has the championship in GT2B. That's why he's moved up to G2A with that McLaren. And Garza and Walker joined the championship fairly late, but boy, had they been around for the full season, this I think could be a very different story here, just what we're seeing in terms of the pace here. Big spin over there at the exit of 2. Big plume of dust down there, still waiting for it to clear. I think that might be it's the 8 or 9, I think. I hate to say it. Here we go. That might have been Daryl Cooney, I'm not sure. But looking at things now, and David Waddy leading Benitez. And their last laps, check this out, folks. David Tuati just ran a 129.093. Benitez just ran a 129.015. That's absurdly close this late in the race. That's a heck of a scrap they've got going on here. In GT2A, it's Robert Garza leading Gomez. Again, in GT2A, as I said, the way it's looking, I think this championship goes to Rossi and Cipriani, even though they're not running right now. But what a battle they're putting on. Connor Cavalli in the 27 sits third right now. That's a great run for him. James Hamann, 172, is fourth. Richard Walker is fifth. GT1B, with everything that's happened here, Michael Manello, Bart Collins in that number 4 back into the lead, up by about 5 seconds over Sophia Baszler, then Gary Young, and then Charlton Holmes. And Holmes not too far off back at Gary Young Lewis here in that battle for the final podium spot in GT1B. So that'll be a fun one to watch right to the end here. All you have to do is look for that beautiful Ferrari. Oh, and a big spin and a gentle touch in the barriers coming out of turn number 4. So light was that touch. Looks like that car is going to be able to just drive right off. Maybe too far away to get the number there. Might be the 810. I hate to say it, but nope, not that car. It was the way the light hit it. Adon Ramos coming by. There is your leader, the 67 of Garza. Oh, that same car is stopped now over on the outside of turn 7. That's the number. Oh yeah, piece fell off it there. That's the 31. That's enough. Oh, it's got a broken. It's broken enough. Yeah, look at that left front. That left front. One of the A-arms, it looks like, has snapped. A control arm of some sort for the 31. That's a shame. And there's some stuff dropping from it as well here. That's Hal Gould, who was in a really good scrap and looking like a podium finish here. Boy, I'll tell you what, white flag is out, and this win in GT1A has suddenly gone up for grabs. Benitez absolutely flying. Last lap, 4/10 quicker, is all over the back of David Tuati. Didn't get out of that last turn very well, and Tuati, as he picks up the white flag, opens that margin up to 7/10, but Benitez has been wicked quick other parts of this track. Again, Tuati's got this championship already won, but Benitez showing some remarkable speed here late in the going. Look at this duel. This is for the overall win in the GT category as a whole and in the GT1A class. Here they come. Got traffic as well, Tuati. He's going to get parked a little bit because there's that caution there. He could not make the pass. Say, hey, that would have been a heck of a penalty if he'd made the pass. So great reaction by Tuati to see what was happening and not get caught out by that. But that allowed Benitez to just glom on right to the back of him here. Here we go. We're going to follow this one around. Obviously, in our FP1 category, that's a done deal. Drew Altman is gone. But here we go. Out of turn 8, out of 9. Benitez going to the outside. Got to run. Is it going to be enough? He dives to the inside. Super aggressive move. They're side by side down into 11. Hard on the brakes for 12. Benitez overshot. Tuati's going to try and power by on the outside. Benitez, having none of that, shuts the door. And here we go. Benitez and Tuati trying to power up. Use the outside line. Benitez, shorter run to the flag. It is Angel Benitez with an amazing lunge down into turn 11. And I think just flat surprise, David. You don't see a lot of attempts made there. And then he literally overshot. Benitez did overshot 12 a little bit, but got it woed down just enough and just turned right where Tuati was thinking of making a counter move. What a finish here. Holy cow. Rest of the field coming through. So Adán Ramos ends up third in the GT1A category. Let's go to GT2 or GT1B. Michael Manella, Bart Collins, whoever was driving, what a job they did coming through the field. It'll be Sophia Baszler in the 132 taking second, and Charlton Holmes got Gary Lewis and got around that Ferrari on the last lap and grabs the final podium spot in GT1B. GT2A, Robert Garza in that Audi, beautiful drive, wins that category, the 67, by a little over a second and a half over Manny Gomez, who up until this point in that Palm Beach tactical car has been virtually untouchable, but that cupcake racing Audi getting it done. James Hamann put together a great drive, one of his better ones, ends up in third in the 172. The 61 of Richard Walker is fourth, the 641 of Kurt Kropp in fifth, Sharon Al-Safadi in the sixth spot, the number 8. And after being up in the top 3 for a minute, Connor Cavalli had a little bit of an issue out there in the 27 and dropped off near the end there. And then Rossi and Aline Cipriani did not start. So now let's go to GT2B and the Corvette of champion Roberto Dalla Costa getting it done. Putting it together here, Michael Fonte, a new driver to the championship, being coached by no less a talent than Guy Cosmo, ends up second. And Hal Gould, even with that off down in turn number 4, that resulted in him pulling off down at turn number 6, still ends up third and with a podium in GT2B. Let's go to GT3A, and it was, what a turnout here for Rick Tamarian. And that is exactly what he needed to see happen here to maybe have a shot at this championship. The question is where Salerno finished back in 4th. And again, with problems for Marco Pisa, well, this is going to be awfully close here in this championship between Pisa, Tamarian, and Salerno. Tamarian winning in this one, so that's going to help. Patricio Fernulek, Sergio Koski, whoever was driving the 810, ends up in second. Elijah or Wayne Thompson ends up in third with a little bit of damage to the front. And then Jonathan Salerno, who came in here tied with Tamarian in the points, ends up fourth, but Salerno finished in front of Tamarian at other points of the here. That's going to be tight. The Paulinos end up in fifth, the 59, De Las Casas and Garcia in sixth in the 55, and then the 32 of Carlos Villasana in GT3A. Let's take a look at GT3B. Adam Fetterman getting that win in the 66 over the 198 of Ben Arche or Adrian Miner. Then we go to GT4A and Rafael Rosario. Boy, I'll tell you, I bet he's thinking, I wish I'd been racing this whole season. What an addition to this class he was, bringing it home in front of, I think, champion-elect, the 88 of Luigi Faro. And again, Isabella Abreu would have had this championship probably comfortably, but got the opportunity to do Formula FAR and said, I'm going to concentrate on that. And so Faro will benefit. Ricardo Ray, best race of the weekend for him, up into third in the 171. Then the number 6 of the Perez's, Wilbur and Richard, up. And then the 17, the car that we heard have little issues out there. That's GT4A. We talked about our prototype FP1. In FP3, Jimmy Crawford and Jesse Gross in that beautiful yellow, or blue, try it again, blue and gold, number 5. Getting the win there as well. So that wraps up our on-track competition here at this Race of Champions, the season finale of the FARA 2024 Championships. FARA being, of course, the Formula and Automobile Racing Association. And we've got a podium to come. We've got a couple more HPDE experiences out there. But before we officially wrap things up, Govna, that's our producer, can you bring up the graphic of the 2025 season schedule. Let's talk about that just a little bit. There it is. Be right back here at Homestead for the first two events of 2025, February 7th and 9th, the historic Miami 500, March 7th and 8th, the Miami Grand Prix. And then we go to Sebring for the Sebring 200 in April 18-19. Then back here at Homestead it's all it is the HPDE Academy, the SLS, and the competition school. The next door-to-door racing will be in July at Audubon Raceway in Chicago. The Audubon 200. First time this championship has moved outside of the state of Florida. And look where they go next in August. Bringing the heat of the season, bringing the competitors to one of the most daunting tracks in the world, to be honest with you. Road Atlanta for the Road Atlanta 200. That's going to be amazing. Then August 9th, 10th, and September 6th at Miami, Homestead, and Sebring, respectively, the Academy, the SLS as well. Then for the third race outside of Florida, September 13th and 14th, NOLA Motorsports Park, the Hankook 300 out in New Orleans. That's going to be awesome. Got to figure out a way to do that race and then stay. Because when you're that close to New Orleans, you got to stay and listen to some other kind of music. I love the engine sounds of the Motorsports Orchestra, but I also like New Orleans jazz and funk. Have to check some of that out. Then October 24th, 26th, back here at home, Miami Homestead Speedway for the Homestead 300. Then at the Firm, another interesting new development here for Academy and SLS. And then it's here in December, a little bit later than this year, a couple weeks later this year, December 19th and 21st, the Race of Champions to wrap it all up. What a season 2024 has been. An incredible season will be unfolding in 2025. And I sure hope that we'll be bringing it all to you here with the folks at DriversEye Live. Big thank you to Brendan and the guys that have done a great job. Governor, who's back at home base in Daytona, who's doing all the cutting for us, doing an absolutely great drive. Really appreciate it, Mr. Worth. And obviously appreciate that and the entire crew here. Also want to say before we go to the podium, a huge thank you to all of our partners. Brent up here with Fixie Wheels. Nice, perfect timing to have it up on the big board there. Are just incredible. The rest of those 80 trophies about to be presented for the weekend here. Mission Foods for all their support of motorsports in general, and certainly FARA. Hankook, the official tire of the FARA Motorsports Group. Chicago Atlantic Group. Garage Living, Colosso, the Race Tailor, Pilsen, Mazda Motorsports, Headquarter Mazda, and Rue Helmets. Just an amazing group that have supported this championship all season long. So a big thank you to them. At this moment, I want to say a big thanks to all the FARA officials, obviously. Great job. All of the corner workers, all of the volunteers out in the corners, huge thank you. Out in this weather, beautiful. Oftentimes it's either massively hot here or massively wet. This is an event that you guys deserved out in those corners. An absolutely delightful weekend, doing a great job as well. You see those yellow flags flying, the blue flags for passing, all of that information. The eyes and ears of race control. They're doing a great job out there. And among those officials, got to say a big shout out to Gerardo Bonilla, race director extraordinaire next to us here. He can't hear us right now, but he does an incredible job. And then I need to make a shout out to the unsung heroes of this sport, the crews. You know, we talk about the drivers and everything, but there are hardworking crew people inside those garages and in the pit lane. Sometimes in this level of racing, it's the driver as part of that group, but they have friends and family there. So if you see one of the people that looks like a crew member, just go give them a pat on the back, say thanks for everything you do. They truly are the unsung heroes. And then most of all, to all you fans, that's why we're here. We want to put on a show for our fans. That's the big thing here. You all have been phenomenal. We hope to see even more of you next season for 2025 when we take on some of these fabulous adventures here. So a huge thank you to all of the fans that have come out and have made this such a great season and such a great season finale. The Race of Champions is in the books, and absolutely phenomenal. So absolutely great here what we've been able to check out here. And looking down over the podium right now, you can see it on this shot, just where those yellow buildings are. You can see a lot of cars gathered down there. That's where the podium is going to be. And so at this point, I am going to say a huge thank you. And once again, have to thank Brendan as part of my broadcast crew, because he helped out and did a great job, as always, helping to call the Enduro yesterday. So big thank you to all of you. Again, to Justin Worth for the production. We're going to wrap things up here at the Race of Champions. And for the 2024 FARA season, we will see you hopefully in February, either here at the track or on DriversEye Live in 2025. Until then, take care, everybody. If you're here at the track, please drive safe on your way home. For those of you tuning in, enjoy the rest of your Sunday afternoon. We'll see you next year.
Are we ready for this? Look at these clouds. Hold on, let me take a picture. I gotta take a picture. Alright, everybody on the count of 3, what's up, people? Ready? Everybody! There will be no close mouth here. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. What's up, people? That's what I'm talking about. What? Alright, we are ready to get their trophies. I haven't catch my breath yet. Alright, so this is the sprints. We're going to start with Honda Wars. The little Hondas are good. In third place, driving car number 89, Luis Canawate! In second place, driving car number 317, Moises Cordero and Rafael Garcia! In first place, car number 6, all the way from Hialeah, Wilbur Perez and Richard Perez. There is your Honda Wars. Somebody go. Your Honda Wars Podium. Race them up. Thank you guys. All right, so Team Hialeah. What are you guys gonna say? How was that weekend? Man, let's see words. Have you ever heard a Dominican not say words? What's wrong with these people? Listo! Thank you guys! Alright, let's start with the little cars that could. A GT4A in third place, driving car number 171, Ricardo! Hey! Haven't called that name in a long time. In second place, driving car number 88. And by the way, he did our VIP food. You gotta call this guy for catering, because damn! Car number 88, Luigi Faro! And in first place, driving car number 1133, also from Hialeah, Rafael Rosario! This is a beautiful car. Milky Bride is on fence. Alright, GT4A Podium! Moving on to GT3B in second place, car number 66, Adam Fetterman! And in first place, driving car number 198, Ben Ars and Asian Minor! Here is your GT3 Podium. Alright guys, moving on to GT3A, one of our largest classes. These guys, they are fighting up and down the field. In third place, Mario Carrero French and Jose de las Casas. Jose has been telling everybody, put your suit on, put your suit on. In third place, hold on, let me scroll. No, second place. In second place, driving car number 78, Marco Pisa, Rick Tamlan, and Arturo Aldana. And in first place, driving car number 18, Jonathan Salerno. There is your GT3A podium. Another big class. Actually, all the classes were big this weekend. We're going to keep this going into 2025. Who's coming to join us for all of 2025? All of you, spectators, you're all welcome. Lola, Audubon, Rota Canta, Sebring, Homestead. This guy Cosmo over there. GT2B, in third place, Mike Fonzie and Guy Cosmo. In second place, car number 17, Roberto Dalla Costa. And in first place, driving a TLM BMW M2, car number 31, Hal Gill. If there is an issue, we'll give them points. I mean, take a look at it. Alright, got some technical difficulties, we're calling back. So we're gonna move on to GT2A. In GT2A, in third place, driving car number 61, Richard Walker. In second place, driving car number 67, Robert Garza. And in first place, driving car number 84, Manny Gomez. Richard Walker. There's your GT2A podium. Moving on to GT1B in third place, driving car number 14, Charleston Holmes. In second place, driving PLM car number 132, Sofia Brazil Paola Lima. And in first place, driving car number 4, Michael Manella in backgrounds.
Did you get a second one or no?
Alright guys, get on home.
You get a top first.
Come on, bud. There is your GT1B podium.
I saw you.
I hate to be the one, but I'm like, where is she?
Is that car number 9X? Is there a car number 9X in GT1A? I don't think so, right? In third place, running car number 27. This is in GT1A, Angel Benitez, senior, very senior, very bonus. In second place, driving car number 2, 241, Alan Ramos, and Mr. Rocky, there you are. And in first place, driving car number 68, the sexiest bald guy in the world, me. So there was the man, it was fantastic. You have no idea, it was beautiful. Just the people, everything, the cars. Thank you for asking. Thank you. Very happy to be here. Demasiado emocionado por toda la gente que de verdad me imaginé al pasar este fin que ganó la carrera. Yo llegué primero, pero le gané. Así que bueno, buenísimo. Viva FARA. He passed me on the last lap in the last turn, but who's coming? We have one more. Actually, two more. One is being redone. We have one more. We have FP. Oh no, we have two. FP3. Hold on. FP3. Car number 29. Podium. I think he's gone. In FP2. Did they finish? Oh, I'm sorry. FP3. Jimmy Crawford. And FP1, overall winner every race, Drew Allman. There's your FP3 winner, Jimmy Crawford. Thank you for a wonderful season. There you go. To a perfect spot. And your FP1, first place, overall winner, all 4 races, Drew Allman! What do you name this car? What do you call him? Is there a name for it? Thus far, it's been the Green Machine. Green Machine, we're going to come up with something catchy. Yeah, it's the map, I know. You're the car namer. What do you think? What's your opportunity? You know, I mean, I took spinach dip, which is green. We have to come up with something. By the next race, we'll have a name for it. I was thinking Carmen, but that's been used before. No Carmen. We're going to come up with something. Lucky Charm. Lucky Charm. What? That's it. It's done. Lucky driving number 11. Lucky Charm. Alright, we have been updated all the tabulations. The master computers upstairs have come up with the GT2B that everybody can live with. In third place, Mike Fonte and Guy Cosmo. In second place, Hal Road. And in first place, Roberto Dalla Costa. What is it? Your GT2B Podium. Alright guys, this is the end of the FARA Championship for 2024. 2025 is around the corner. Go back home, prep your cars, make your reservations. 2025, Miami 500, first week in February. See you here!